We're ready for the first game. Wherever we go. Nice.
Anthony is coming in.
It's gonna bring chaos and havoc for sure.
The final troleo, and then we should for him to take off and continues.
Good God, have they prepared for this?
Oh my lord, that just might seal the
Great
we
play.
do have one guy down.
Job done.
Couple marking your face. You gotta get the fight the first find this second.
Don't miss the stream starting April 10th. Follow ESL PUBG on social media for updates.
Welcome to the America's Roadmap for Competitive PUBG 2021. Here's just a taste of what you can expect this year. Americas Unite. Starting this year, teams from both Americas will be competing together in the PCS and other major PUBG events. Things kick off in April with our first ESL PUBG Masters Americas event. The NA and LATAM subregions will each have their own open qualifiers, which lead into a 24-team group stage in each region. Then it's on to the grand final, where the top 8 teams from North America and the top 8 teams from Latin America will battle it out to determine who is the best of the Americas and claim a piece of the $50,000 prize pool. After the first ESL PUBG Masters Americas event, we drop back into the action-packed PUBG Continental Series with PCS 4. As with the Masters Americas event, there are 2 open qualifiers, one for North America and one for Latin America, which lead into the 24-team group stages for each region. The top 6 teams from NA and LATAM move directly on to the PCS 4 Grand Final. The bottom 10 from each region are eliminated, and the 8 teams in the middle go to the last chance qualifier to frag it out for the 4 remaining spots in the Grand Final, and a chance to compete for the title and a piece of the $200,000 in prize money. After PCS 4, we'll have a second ESL PUBG Masters Americas event, followed up by PCS 5. This year, teams will be gunning for more than just prize money. Squads will also be fighting to earn PGC qualification points based on their placement in both ESL PUBG Masters Americas events and both PCS Grand Finals. And what do these points get them? Well, as long as the Blue Zone keeps slowly and steadily sanitizing the world, they'll get an opportunity to compete in person for the World Championship title in November's PUBG Global Championship. We'll also be debuting more of that fresh PUBG esports content in 2021 that you crave, so make sure you don't miss a minute of PUBG esports on YouTube. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable year of PUBG esports in the Americas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the ESL Masters NA Qualifiers. My name is Chunks. I'm joined by the one and only Rude Dude with 6 games down, 6 more to go. We're going to be starting it off on Miramar. Rude, any thoughts coming into this evening?
We've obviously got ourselves the final 6 games here tonight, and I just want to see which teams can even potentially try and make it into that top 4 here. We've got ourselves a top dog. Very distinctively, Spicy Fish are going to be the top of our leaderboard coming into tonight. The chances of them not making it through to the top 4 are very, very finite here. Another set of 3 teams, 4 teams even, surpassing 100 points in itself. Probably going to be pretty difficult, and the fact that that would rely on Spicy Fish getting no points throughout 6 games, it's just not going to happen. They're going to go through here, and I'm looking to see which other teams are going to be able to make their way in here. Obviously, there's a fair few still in and around that 4th place marker that can try and make their way forward, and I know that there's a couple little interesting nuances to tonight's games that maybe we can be looking forward to as we get into them as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into detail, but I have heard rumors and I have heard a couple players maybe mention a couple hot drops that are going to be coming out tonight. You know, some teams that, without specifying teams, are very secure in their placement. Let's just put it like that. I don't want to jinx anything because I haven't got 100% confirmation. They might just be trolling us, trying to get us all hyped up for something that won't happen. But hey, I'm just saying, if my info is correct and my source is reliable, we're going to see some very spicy fights in game number 1.
Yeah, and I think that will probably then continue throughout the night, right? If things like that start to come on through, and teams are starting to see successes with hot drops, and there's no reason not to continue that. Getting yourself some more points, potentially taking out some competition is always an avenue for success. And if you're looking to potentially keep teams from getting those points, what better way is there to do that than to stop them from getting anywhere near the top 8, anywhere near the top end of placement points at all? Especially if you take them out first, it means they're not going to get any kills, not going to get anything from the game. If that continues throughout the evening, it is going to be a very interesting matchup indeed. And the teams that potentially could be caught up in all of that action might well try to find themselves a new place to loot here from games 1 to 2. They might try and get somewhere a little bit different, somewhere that they're not used to, and that could also throw them off guard, set them a little bit back in their game plan. But obviously, it's all hypotheticals right now, all up in the air, and we do have to wait and see just to confirm anything that will come through.
Yeah, well, I've heard my rumors. I'm keeping my fingers crossed, because let me tell you, if this ends up going how I've heard it's going to go, it's going to be an interesting one. And I think, 2 of our favorite teams coming into tonight are going to be scrapping it out early, and they are going to be fighting for the rest of the evening probably, which means realistically there's a chance that the leaderboard could open up, as remember, it is only the top 4 teams that actually move through to the next stage. So if you're not in the top 4 by the end of tonight, that's it, you're out. There's no winner chicken dinner in the next round where, a team could potentially come through at the last minute, into the lobby and then start playing. No, it is just the top 4 that move through. So, Rude, how do you think that affects the mindset here of the teams that, they aren't in the top 4 yet, maybe not even in the top 8? How do you think that they switch things up and get into those positions that they really need?
Well, hopefully, right, you go away after day 1, you come back toward day 2, and in between, you're hoping that these guys have done a little bit of analysis, a little bit of a review to see what went quite wrong, what they can do to improve, where their sort of issues may have lain, and then with that, try and move themselves forward, try to implement some of those new strategies or rectify some of those mistakes coming into the second day, and they'll be able to, take traits from other teams' success and try to implement them into their gameplay as well, right? And something that has always been the case with this scoring format is that kills are king, right? You can end the game first place in the sort of standings, but in terms of the points that you get, you won't end up with the most, because a team that goes second place, drops 12 kills, have more points than you. So going for those kill points, using that aggression, but using it in an effective manner and moderating it to make sure that it is effective and efficient is really going to be something that teams need to start putting out here, because there's a couple of teams that are in the top 8 that have got a lot of placement points, not so many kills, and that the opposite, right? There's a few teams not quite in that top 8 who have got themselves a ton of kills, but just haven't been able to temper that aggression and have gone out a little bit too early, per se, as opposed to being able to make their way through to the late game stages, where, you know, placement points aren't necessarily, you know, the best source of points, but they're still a great addition.
Yeah, and I mean, you know what? I think controlled aggression is almost the name of the game when it comes to PUBG, you know? Obviously, this point format, it is going to be very kill heavy, 1 point per kill, and then only 10 points for a chicken dinner here. You know, that drops immediately down to 6 points if you're down in second, and then it drops all the way down until you're down in 8th place. You know, 7th and 8th each get 1 point, and then after that, it's 0 points. So realistically, if you're in a position where, look, we have a horrible zone to work with, we have a long way to make it in, we've not got a good position, then that's when you need to start thinking as a team, we need to switch things up here. We need to realize that we're getting, you know, too focused on the placement. We're getting tunnel vision on that, and we're not picking up the kills because, I mean, you mentioned it, Rude. The kills are important, and the placement is great, but if you're not getting the kills, the placement is just useless, realistically. It comes down to, unless you are getting chicken dinner after chicken dinner, the placement is gonna typically take up about 30 to 50% of your points at most in a long game, in a long, you know, series format.
Yeah, and, you know, to put it into some sort of context, right? Like, if you wipe out a single squad, that's as good as getting into 4th place in terms of the points that you get. And getting into 4th place is definitely a difficult task in such a battle royale format, right, where circles can be fairly unpredictable, and, you know, typically 4th position can be decided in the last circle if the terrain is correct, right, making it all the way through to phase 8. Take a look at just your last game of yesterday, where we had 4 different solos making it into that final couple of zones, right? The sort of prioritization of going for, hey, the circle's not ours, maybe we just farm kills this game. We need to look for ways to get the points over the placement here, because they're going to be much more worthwhile in the long run.
Yeah, I like the way that you talk about kind of kill games versus placement games. That's something I hear a lot of players talk about all the time, where they can kind of look at a circle 2, circle 3 and be like, look, we're going to have a rough time off of this. There's no good rotations for us to be able to get in. We just got to play for kills. I think that is where, you know, we really separate the strong teams from the weak teams. The teams that, you know, they can play well if they get a good circle, if they've got a compound and they kind of get gifted that circle. Sure, anyone can pick up, you know, 20 points off of a game like that, but the strongest teams are the ones that are able to consistently do it even when they don't get placement. Now, Rude, we're loading into the game as we speak, but real quick, run us through the leaderboard from yesterday.
So if we're looking at it here, our teams in the top 4 right now: Spicy Fish, Orion, Lethal Association, and Team 300. They're already inside that top 4, but we have got a close pack of contestants that are lurking just outside, ready to make their way in. That's Tilt Town, Demon Rises, and even Boomers here, only 12 points away from 300. One good game can set you into that top 4 for either of those squads. And then, of course, the night is still very, very young. The tournament only halfway through. We've got teams as far down, probably, you know what, down to the bottom of the leaderboard. Any of these teams can still make a run for it, getting yourself something along the lines of 50, 60 points in a night. You need a good games, you need a good set of games indeed, but it's definitely doable here, and that could very well put you into that top end and put you over the threshold of that top 4. So right now, nobody out of the running just yet. Give it a couple of games, we might start to see those bottom end teams starting to really not be too much of a threat. But there is like a really close pack chasing the top 4, and then I'd say another 3 or 4 teams below there, down to a Bite Rouse Esports, who have shown glimmers of hope pretty much throughout the games yesterday that can still try and challenge.
Yeah, look, Rise didn't have a bad set of games by any stretch of the imagination, you know? They had good ones, they had bad ones, but the fact of the matter is, the top 4 format, it is so brutal if you're not able to consistently perform at the top level. I think that's kind of being shown here for Rise, unfortunately. I think they are a team that has the potential to make it into the top 4 tonight, but they're going to need a good few games to really make it happen. And Rude, the plane is kicking off, so break down this plane path for us. Let me know what you are thinking about it here.
Right, so we got ourselves one of those over the top of El Azahar between Tierra Bronca all the way down toward pretty much Valdemar just to the north of that. And again, it's another one of these plains which allows for a lot of area to be looted. We even got Define Legit starting off there. They're going to be, or he rather, going to be leading the team over toward that Campo Militar area, taking their leave with good God up toward that northeastern side. Teams wanting to work their way down to Impala, very easy. All the way down, like we say, Valdemar, El Pozo still very lootable here. Los Leones maybe only going to have the one squad as opposed to the three that we're used to potentially seeing in there. But things like Picardo, San Martin, the bigger cities, they are still on this playing path. They're just about at the edges. So teams making their way there will be a little bit slower, but they also will be able to make it, within a decent enough time to get themselves looted and start rotated.
It can't just be me who's noticed the fact that 300 have actually switched up their drop spot today. They typically, drop over towards Monte Nuevo. That's been their drop spot for the longest time. But now they've actually, at the last second, switched over towards El Azhar. It's an interesting one here, and you know what? I wish I was surprised to say, but it's going to be Spicy Fish going for Monte Nuevo, which is 300's usual drop spot here. Are we starting to see the mind games come out from these squads?
I mean, you really are. 300 have sort of read the book and are a little bit ahead of the play right here from Spicy Fish. It's always good to see teams reading that situation and making sure that they are ready to, be, not taken out, not caught off guard by this potential hot drop, and changing their loot spot from day 1 to day 2. It'll be interesting to see whether or not Spicy Fish go back in the replay and see where 300 have dropped out of the plane to see if they're going to be maybe trying to do that once again here. And how far does this mind game go here, right? You notice that they've dropped in El Azhar this game. If they go Monte Nuevo next game and they're trying to switch it back up, do Spicy Fish send a 2-2 to hot drop them? Like how desperate are they to confirm this fight going to happen here, and how confident are they as well? Because remember, 300 are a very frag heavy team here, and when they're on form they can do great things. So sending 2 people into a 2 versus 4, manage to get those 2 people killed here, and it's definitely not something that you would expect to see here. But Gabzuno looking for the shot, actually gets it there, rips out of the bang bus. Very cheeky, quick little pickup. That's going to be imbalanced, netting themselves a quick little kill off the bar.
Yep, that's the danger when you land close to a team. Epic Flank gonna be losing 1 now. It's that mystery machine going on through. Imbalance, I mean, you gotta give them credit there. They played that really well. They held that trigger discipline until the last second, then they struck. And honestly, that bus, it is just so hard to hit the shots through on those tiny little windows. Impressive there to be able to land the headshot, but now you gotta worry, all right. Epic Flank, they weren't in the best position coming into today. Now looking over at this Rude, they've lost 1 player in their first game of the day. How's this really going to affect the mental of this team?
They're going to be a little bit disappointed, but obviously, right, they've still got 6 games to go. I think that if they've got a sort of leader, a captain on the team, just sort of going, hey, you know what? Games have been won as 3 people before. Head up, lads. Let's keep going here. And you really need that sort of mentality, right? You can't take a quick knock and flush early on and then go, well, GG, let's go to the next map. This one's cursed and doomed. You have to be in that sort of positive mindset, invoking the sort of manifestation destiny that you'll be able to get yourself a really good game out of it, regardless of the ill fortunes that have failed you so early on.
Definitely, and you know what? It is about just resetting sometimes. We saw teams yesterday play with only 2 players strong, and they were still able to, pick themselves up some points out of it. So I think it's important to remember that, look, sometimes you'll even play a game with a player that doesn't manage to connect. So it's not the end of the world if, look, you have 1 player that isn't able to make it in or dies early. But you know what, Rude? Let's take a minute to talk about Spicy Fish right here, because these guys, they landed over towards Monte Nuevo. I mentioned some potential spice in the hot drops. Are we maybe going to see these guys look to try and take some aggression on towards some squads now that they're in such a secure position in terms of the leaderboard?
I honestly think they can here, and I know that we've got your sources, and we'll maybe wait for those to really reap the rewards here to see how aggressive they're going to get. But if they see a knock in the kill feed, and it's, for example, one of those top teams, 300, Lethal Association, if it's a team they don't want in the next round, I can fully well see them pulling up on a fight if it's just a random DMR knock. If they hear shots in the kill feed, you know, okay, an SLR just got a knock, I hear an SLR south 200-300 meters away. Let's run up to that. Let's try and see what's going on here. And we're going to try and third party this, because getting those players out of the game, out of the lobby here, not only sets you up for greater success tonight, but also for those future rounds if they don't make it into the next stages.
Now, we saw Imbalance. They lost. They actually took a kill early. Now they're going to be looking to try and find some more. Gabzuno going for the sprays. Gribble's going to be landing some on towards Leo. He can't quite find the return fire, though. As Palik's now starting to open up from behind as well. Leo doing what he can to try and disengage. But look at this. Flashy going to be out here giving chase potentially inside the buggy. Doing what he can. Goes for the seat swap and the M4 spray. Trying his best to land something, but it just doesn't come through for the time being. I like your cut, G. Going to be able to survive for now. Looking to try and group up. Palik's going to be going the same way as the rest of his squad, taking control of the Rainbow compounds. But Imbalance now, they're going to be pretty split with Leo and Bone up to the north and the other two teammates all the way down to the south. You got to wonder, is this the play that Imbalance want to be making, or is this just, you know, one of those scenarios where, you know what, you get forced into a 2-2 split?
Yeah, it's definitely the best of a bad situation here. There's, you know, in a circle like this, they could have very easily gone for the 2-2. I don't think this is the one that they want. Typically, when you opt into these 2-2 splits, you want to be able to support your other duo. You want to be able to at least clear the rotation between the two, so that when you're grouping up in a circle 2, for example, you know, this one hard shifts to the northeast. Hey, we know that Gabzuno is going to try and rejoin Bone right there. They're going to try and make their way over to that duo already on the right-hand side. But with, like you say, I like your cut G firmly in the middle of their rotation route. That is not going to be easy at all. So it is sort of the best of that bad bunch, where maybe, I like your cut G throwing a bit of a spanner in the works. They've still been able to establish themselves as two separate two-mans. But overall, they would have maybe liked something just a little bit better here. And you can see now that Boomers in this church position, they do hold a lot of cards in terms of vision. That's why we very rarely see teams split anywhere other than church, just because the vision that you get from it is so vast. You can get away with keeping 4 people here. And, you know, as I say that, we do have Nahaks off on the Chumasera hillside providing vision over to the west. But by and large, these guys are very well condensed and definitely have themselves all of this vision to work with.
I mean, Boomers are one of those squads that are just so strong, you're not really surprised to see them taking splits like this. They are a confident squad when it comes to, you know, taking fights, you know, pretty aggressively constantly. So I'm excited to see how they end up performing today. I'm sure that these guys are definite contenders to make it into the top 4 and qualify out of this group. But I feel like we maybe just haven't had the level of play that we maybe expect from a team like Boomers.
No, they were one of the teams that I'd highlighted yesterday as potentially sort of on the edge of that top 4, not quite making their way in just yet, but that we definitely feel can go for it if they have a good run of games here tonight. We wouldn't be surprised by any margin. And now, if they you know, manage to make something happen in this first game, that could set them up with the momentum, with the sort of drive and willpower that they need to continue that streak, get themselves going locked and loaded in for the remainder of tonight's games here, because we got 6 games for everyone, right? It's a long night, it's a lot of PUBG to be playing, and you've got to keep yourself moving, keep that motivation high, get that momentum going early on.
Yeah, but talking about momentum here, look at Imbalance. We saw that maybe they could have been forced into a bit of a 2-2 split. Now with Orion right next to them, it looked like Leo was prepped to take a couple shots, but that is not going to be the case, deciding to hold that trigger discipline as Orion move in more and more. Dirty's in, however, maybe unaware that this play is just sneaking up behind him. He's keeping an eye out to the north just in case, but you've got to be a little bit cautious right here if your Dirty's in.
Yeah, the pressure from Imbalance coming up is a very real possibility. They've left that little compound that they ended up crashing onto, and quite wisely so here. It didn't really have all that much cover from anywhere. They're obviously moving up just a little bit further into the edge of Los Leones, but now we do have true sight. Finding a couple of knocks. This is Epic Flank getting taken down. That's going to be Dr. Claw being removed from the game here. Our second casualty for the first game of the evening.
Yeah, we saw 300. They tried to open up with a couple shots in return, as Neff now starting to flex down a little bit more on towards True Sight. I have received word tonight that True Sight aren't exactly going to be on top form. They would, come in very close to playing with a substitute tonight, as Barry is apparently extremely under the weather, very sick. But you know what? He's there. He wants to be there, supporting his team, leading their way to victory. And honestly, with a player like Barry, even when he's not on top form, we know he has such strong potential as a player. I don't think it's any surprise that he doesn't want to leave these games tonight.
And particularly if that player is your leader, your captain, your IGL, whatever role they decide to take, right? If it's a more dominant one as opposed to just a fragger, right? Fraggers are more easy to interchange, and leading and changing your play style is a lot more difficult just on a quick whim on a night like tonight here, where it is do or die for the ESL Masters qualifiers right now, because all of these teams need to be making the most of it. And I think that if they're trying to transition into a new IGL, then that's going to be very difficult. Obviously, he's here, he's ready, he wants to support, and even though being under the weather, not the bright side that you would want, the fact that he's there just shows how determined most of these players are and how confident they feel.
Speaking of determined, look at these squads over just slightly on the north now. We got Ad Astra going to be looking down over towards Tilt Town as the rotation comes through. Rude taking a look over at this map right now. It's going to be super southern. How do you think these teams are going to manage in terms of making their way in? Because there's just so much water here. You got to give Spicy Fish credit, because they were able to grab pretty much the strongest hill super early on with a really good prediction of how this zone will unfold. Now it's just a case of them going to be trying to rack up more and more points.
Yeah, they've got two people at the apex of a hillside here. They're going to be looking to fire off shots north, south, east, west, wherever they want to. You can see Sharp already in position with this mini on top of the hillside, going to be able to get himself some good damage down and assert the pressure that Spicy Fish love to do inside the center of a circle here. For the rest of the teams, going to be not too difficult, I feel like, to get people into this circle in particular. The beauty of Miramar being that even on a circle 2 like this, where you probably say 70-80% of this circle is still playable, obviously with the south side of the Los Egos area and the water not really being something teams want to go for, you'd imagine that obviously not really going to be inside that full 100% of the circle. There's still plenty of hills, plenty of ridges, plenty of dips that you can try and play out, and there's obviously a very real chance that everybody gets their way into this.
It's gotta suck right there. It looks like Duality might have disconnected. Absolutely nothing. So he is gonna go down to zone, gonna bleed out. But I guess you can take the positive of, hey, at least you're not, at least you're not giving away any points here of teams that could potentially be flushing you out.
Exactly right. Take every little ray of sunshine that you can get behind every cloud as that silver lining. Good God, rather, now making their way in just to the east of their fallen comrade. They're making their way off on the Chumacera sort of western edge right there, but already you can start to see in the kill feed there that is going to be Keenan finding a bit of a knock there. Bopilli going to be the recipient of those many shots, but Eternity in the kill feed, they're going absolutely huge right now. Vexel and Soup have just taken down 2 of Kingdom Esports.
Yep, the rest of Kingdom going to be all the way back up the hill. Esteban and Lucid both going to be going down now. So very well played as Junbi going to be getting revived. Eternity are going to be looking strong, but with Kingdom posted up down the hill now, they're in one of those positions where they need a big day. They need one of those days where they absolutely frag out. Now with 0 kills and 2 players down, is this the point where you start just going and, potentially just crash on towards Eternity, try and get yourself some points out of this zone?
I don't know if it's this game potentially, but that definitely in the very near future, these guys need to just start putting out sort of unwarranted aggression. For most teams, we talk about tempered aggression and the fact that they can maybe go for things in a safe manner. Honestly, when you're so far behind, you just need to start picking up those points, picking up those kills, getting things rocking and rolling about as fast as possible. And for a team like Kingdom, I can definitely see them just, spotting a compound they want. Hey, let's try full crash it. Next time, maybe they try to go as 4 people and make that happen. But they, like you've said, need to get themselves some big games in. And the best way to do that is just to start farming people with kills.
Yep, and I mean, Rude taking a look over at the map right here. Spicy Fish with a really good read on exactly how things were going to go. This is a good start for them indeed, but you got to wonder now, how do all these teams make it in? That, you know, they have such a long way to go right here. We see Orion all the way, you know, outside the circle, trying to fight their way in, and Dirty's in. She's getting absolutely lit up by Roth here, but it's going to be Andrezito able to get the knock on towards it, as Imbalance now taking down Epic Flank. So big early game points for them as they took down 3 of those members. That's going to be 3 kills. And Dirty's in, barely on a sliver of health, is finally going to get flushed out by Uncivil from range.
Oh, so nice that they're able to pick up that point. Imbalance starting as well as they mean to go on, picking up a load of kills onto Big Flank. They do go down. We've got Beast Yo trying to find some connections. Not quite getting it just yet here, and the knock, unfortunately, not quite coming through. That's going to be True Sight running for the hillside, and as well, of course, Demon Rise is just a little bit further to the south of them. He talks about how teams are going to try and get into this circle here, Chunks. It's going to be an absolute slog to try and get their way in, but there are, once again, still a lot of hills that you can try and go for. One of the teams that we can see now on that mini-map trying to make a rotate is 300, driving straight down the center of the road. Might well be struggling, but down on the south side. Oh my word, Tilt Town. This is a full crack by Adastra.
Yep, Tilt Town doing what they can to try and defend it here. Boppoli going to be throwing out the Molotov, a sharp shot with the third party on towards Shooter, but it's Acro that throws down the nade, takes down Savage and Boppoli. The Flutch going to be coming out here as Evil Pickle and Andrezito, the 2 remaining players. Andre is just so far away, and he's a little bit distracted right now by Doobie on the rotate. Andre going to go for the seat swap, but it doesn't quite work out as he tries to group up with his teammate. Evil Pickle going to be pinned down, caught by the flashbang. Acro takes down yet another one. The bush gets in his way a little, but he's still going to be able to get the knock, but not able to find the flushes. And Astra just absolutely tearing apart Tilt down there with the support of Spicy Fish all the way up the hill. So well played. Now the question is, are Orion going to third party on towards this? And that looks to be the case.
Orion are down 2 members, so they need to do this meticulously. If they go for it, they need to be very careful with the way in which they remove the remaining players of Ad Astra. You know, we talked about circles not favoring teams and then them favoring going for kills over the placement. That's exactly what Ad Astra do. That's a pretty rough shift that they had to take. They crash in, they take a compound, they take the fight, and they managed to get themselves 4 kills out of it. That is pretty much what we talked about, executed to a T by Ad Astra. And they're one of those teams that are on the sort of chasing pack, but you know, they're maybe a little bit further back style kind of it. They had themselves a really good game in game number 6 yesterday, and maybe this is the start of something where they try to change their fortunes here.
300 just getting absolutely fights left, right, and center. Later and Head Kick both going to be going down here as Voxic and Neff going to be the 2 remaining players doing what they can to try and survive. But with Spicy Fish seeing those names in the kill feed, they're going to be looking to get more and more involved. Sharpshot going to be going down, as does Uncivil. Flushed out with the grenade as Keenan and Roth going to be those 2 remaining players here for Spicy Fish. Roth will open up a couple shots, but it's actually going to be Voxic from the side that gets the knock on towards them. The flush stolen away, and there it is. Voxic taking down yet another one. Spicy Fish going down in 14th. And I had a feeling they were going to get involved on towards 300, but not to be in the way that they expected. As now 300, sure, they're down to a solo, but they were able to pick up some serious kill points off of Spicy Fish right there.
And not only that, they take out the top fraggers of the lobby here. This opens up Voxic to be able to become one of those leading powerhouses in terms of the damage he can put out. Opens up the rest of the lobby to try and take themselves a win right here. Lethal Association have taken that hilltop away from them. They now control this hillside. They've still got 3 people strong, and they're going to be looking to command this game. But Demon Rises, they're the ones that have been crashed onto now. My Terror takes down one, Chris takes down the other. The vehicle explosion going to finish off Snorlax. And Nate comes to him in response, and Chris just about alive right here. Looking for the flushes. That's another knock here for Wicked Shots and the Hacks now. The only remaining member trying to take down 2 more members of Demon Rises. Very low on health right here. Gonna have to take the time to find some meds or just take the fight. Looks like nades in hand. My Terror primes that one, goes a little too far, unfortunately. He's going to have himself a difficult time trying to get out of this situation. My Terror pushing in down toward the shack here, wanting to try and find these connections, and the Hack's out on the side, doesn't find it. Wenko with a lovely little Scar Spray, nice and tight to finish off finish off the Boomers.
Yeah, very well played there for them as Boomer's just getting shredded apart on that crash. It's an unfortunate one, but speaking of crashes, look at this. Good God. Good God indeed, as they're down to only a two-man, doing what they can to take the fight on towards the duo of Kingdom. Define legit, just not able to find the shots right now. It's going to be Chaudhry from behind that lands them, gets the knock on towards him. I'm the BCO, the final player left up here for Good God, but the zone's going to start moving in soon with a minute left until the next phase closes. These players are going to have to make a move soon. Now it just becomes a bit of a game of chicken.
And it's going to be Good God that go down, and SKZ just walks around on that side and manages to find him with the spray. Esports there getting themselves another couple kills. Rise Esports as well. They've got 3, but they've got 4 people strong. Sieging up on this hillside here. Normally, you want to be one of the ones nearing the bottom and working your way up a little bit later. We have got imbalance though. They're now in a bit of a sticky situation. I like your Cut G trying to get a little bit of a third party. It's going to be Palix opening up right there. Imbalance though, they have a very good spread. Look at where Gapzuno is. He's got this massive flank angle. Tau as well looking for it. That's going to be 1, that's going to be 2 with the AK, and Gapzuno from behind. Looking to try and finish off these shots here. Takes him down to just a slight amount. And here goes Tau. Still with this AK, still commanding the hillside here in the 2 versus 1 with your 2 being incredibly split. This is beautiful jockeying of position.
Gapzuno, you need to get aggressive. You can't let your friend take a 1 versus 4 fight. Now that Blissy's going to be trying to get the res on towards his teammate, Gap needs to find something, but he's just left it too late now, and he's playing way too passive. He's taking a bunch of blue damage now, and he has to run the gauntlet. The smoke going to give away more info than it tries to protect. Blissy is just absolutely trained on towards it. He's got the info. Out comes the headshot. Gapzuno going to be going down. No real surprises there from the way he was playing. Now with Tau as the final player left up from Imbalance, it's not ideal. They picked up 4 points this game, but that's way less than this team needed. Seeing now as it's also going to be Eternity getting involved on towards Demon Rises, with only Wenko left standing for them, or should I say laying prone. He's caught with the headshot. It's Junbi that finishes them off. Demon Rises going down in 10th as Gapzuno finally bleeding out to the blue. Code Miko as the solo player left up from Kingdom doing what he can, but honestly with Eternity working down on towards it and Rise from the south, it's not going to be an easy position for any of these teams now.
No, there's 2 solos just lurking on this hillside with Berry Vibes as well from True Sight, also just north outside of the circle. There's a potential for both Eternity and Rise to trip on one of these snakes and get bitten, unfortunately, and it'll be very indicative of how this sort of east versus west side plays out as to which of these solos end up taking down which of the remaining 4-mans here. You know, we've got Eternity and Rise who are both looking very strong. You would expect them to take a fight with one another at a certain point, but you can see there we go. That's Berry Vibes strike here. He's one of those solos that we'd highlighted, comes up, takes down Soup, and Eternity now down to 3 people. Code Miko as well, looking to try and do something similar, get a bit of a retribution in favor of Eternity. But he peeks over the top of this hillside, gets slammed in the middle of 2 teams, and that's going to be Chaudhry picking up the knock. Berry Vibe still pumping out damage. Junbi going down as well here. The res may be a little bit easier with somebody in the side of the circle, with Berry just lurking outside in the blue right here. Blue begins to pop, and that damage just ramping up. Needs to get inside the zone quickly, can't manage it. Steal with the AK takes him down.
That is a rough one there for Barry, as at the very last second he does get caught, but now Rise going to be opening up on against Eternity. Chiller is going to try and get the knock, and he will succeed on towards Steel right now. The Steel going to be knocked and looking like he could be getting flushed out. Vexel, the final player left up here for Eternity, is going to try and survive, but the question is, what can he really do? Because Rise are just absolutely posted up. I mean, Rude, you spoke about Rise as one of those squads that had potential. They weren't able to show it. Is this going to be the game that they were looking for right here, where they could have a big one, as Vexel now opens up with the grenade through to the smoke, expecting a player to be over at the rock. As the second smoke comes out, he might just be a little bit distracted, but we saw the circle pop. It's moved hard over to the west. The eastern team's now going to have a very rough phase ahead of them.
Could very well be that game Rise were looking for. Nice peek out from Vexel. Immediately gets traded back on its Waratorium from the north here. A nice little 2-2 between Rise starts to open up. They've got commanding position over that western side where the circle has shifted to. This fight on the east is going to be pivotal. What it looks like is we're going to have 3 teams battling, with Voxic just laying in the center right now. Ad Astra on the south side have got themselves a nice spot to be playing from here. They're inside the zone. This 3v3 on the compound is going to be crucial to who who makes it out. But look on the minimap, Rise Esports, they're not resting on their laurels right here. They're pushing over as well. They want to get involved. They want more kills. They want to make this as difficult as possible. That Sociopath is holding anchor though, making sure that's not too easy. But it's at the expense of Acro, because he's the one that's looking at Nox, and Blissey goes down for it. The resources tightly split out. Good response back though. Slap takes down pallets, Blissey falling as well. And now it's just Dashia looking for some sprays with this M4, unable to do too much. And it looks like I like your cut, G, as soon to fall right here. Does get himself taken out. But look at this already. Rise Esports pushing over from the west, trying to gatekeep even more.
Yep, Voxic still laying prone as Rise start to move in more and more right here. Chiller gonna try and get himself an angle with the M4, but he can't quite find it. The range is just a little bit long. But let's not forget, Lethal Association right now, they're not gonna be inside zone. They're opening up with the minis as best as possible. There's a nice little shot coming out there from Slapped. Lands with the headshot on towards Wazupi, but it's not looking like it's gonna be enough. Maybe Chaudhry gonna get caught out. Not gonna be the case as Lethal Association, they have to run the gauntlet, and it just feels like Rise may be unaware of exactly where their position's going to be right now.
Looks like Rise, they are trying to keep Lethal Association outside of the circle. Chiller does exactly that. Slapped goes down. The double headshot is exquisite to try and nail that player. It's immediately, though, looking like it's going to be pretty rough for Lethal Association. Rise even splitting their resources here. Chiller peeking out on the left-hand side, looks for one, unable to find it through the smokes. For the time being, Lethal Association have themselves a little bit of time. But look at the kill feed. Voxic is going huge right now onto an Astra. This is an entirely different fight. Could have turned it entirely on its own back, but Chaudhry, he pushes over, takes one down as well. The two fights on multiple fronts here, causing absolute chaos. Lethal Association in ruins right now as Rise Esports just tearing through smokes. Take them down eventually. And they've just got to deal with one remaining member of Ad Astra. Vox did such a good job at trying to get a couple of kills here. Rise Esports, 10 on the board, surely to make it an 11th.
Let's see, though, because at Astra, they are not giving up just yet. Look at this. They've got a solo. Maybe, just maybe they could make it happen here. It's going to be a rough one, and the chances are slim, but I would not put it past them right now. With the performance that they've been having, there is every potential here that we could see a big game come out here from Ad Astra, and potentially even a bit of a clutch.
Yeah, and, you know, off the back of the momentum of yesterday, good placing second with a load of kills there as well. This team who were, I believe, on game number 5 at the bottom of the leaderboard, going after game number 6, doing incredibly well. These are starting to rise through the ranks and starting to put themselves in a good spot. Unfortunately, the clutch won't come through. It will be Rise Esports netting themselves that 11-kill chicken dinner, and they're going to be more than happy. Ad Astra as well, a well-placing second. They're going to be more than happy themselves, but really good teams are going out a little bit early. Opened up for these lower-placing squads to get themselves in that top 4 spot.
Yep, huge games coming out all round right there. As, you know, we saw squads like Spicy Fish. They managed to pick themselves up a couple kills, but they went out super early, so it opened up those placement points for a couple of those teams. But I gotta say, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised. 300, it looked like they were gonna, you know, get absolutely torn apart. But Voxic, he managed to make it into the late game as a solo, picking up 4th place overall. That's gonna be some serious points for them. And, you know, 4 kills to go along with that. That's a strong game, and 300 right now, I feel like their job is just going to be avoiding the top tier teams as much as possible to try and get into that top 4.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw right there that Spicy Fish were getting aggressive, right? They saw 300 in the kill feed. They wanted to push over. Fortunately for 300, they were able to hold their ground with a little bit of third party going in their favor as well. You're quite right that trying to avoid maybe Spicy Fish is going to be that name of the game here. And hey, if Voxic's able to keep the team alive and clutch up in the times when it matters most, it's a very real possibility that 300 can take these fights back to Spicy Fish as well. So, you know, keeping your eyes on that one, definitely going to be something to be intrigued by, because this top 4 here, you know that they're fighting in amongst one another, and you know that all of the teams below are going to be chomping at the bit to get themselves just inside that top 4 slot.
Let's see who will be able to make it into our top 4 in just a couple minutes. So we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back in just a few with game number 2 of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back everyone to day number 2 of the PUBG ESL Masters North America Qualifiers. My name is Chunks. I am joined by the one and only Rude Dude. Rude, should we just hop straight into the leaderboards before we get into our next game?
Sounds pretty good to me, Chunks. Yeah, I mean, if we have a look at this one, then, we couldn't have predicted it better. Rise Esports, the team that we'd said, hey, as far down as them, they could make a run for it. They got themselves a big point game in game number 7, and now they are knocking firmly on the doorstep of that top 4. Just 6 points separates them between 4th and 5th place. That cutoff, the prestige, the continuation in the ESL tournament comes at that 4th place spot. And if Rise Esports are able to continue that dominant streak that they had in the first game of the evening, there's a very real possibility that they are able to break into that top 4. We've already talked about how some of these teams are trying to hunt one another, how Spicy Fish are out for blood here tonight, and if it's one of those teams in the top 4 that they seek, it's going to open up for teams just below to try and break their way in, exactly as Rise Esports are trying to do so.
I mean, you know what? Spicy Fish right now, their focus is just fragging out and proving why they deserve to be in that first place spot, because you know what? They do have a lot to prove, as one of those rosters that they've been around for a while. They are a super strong team. They know how strong they are, and the real question is, how much can they really flex on these open qualifiers? Because that's what it's going to come down to right now as we hop in to game number 2 of the evening. What are your thoughts on the playing path, Rude?
Well, we saw Monte Nuevo and El Azahar beat places that we were expecting both 300 and Spicy Fish to go to. This time round, you're going to take a little bit of a float to get there, right? The majority of the map's still open and available. Typically, if you're within about 2 kilometers, 2 of those big squares, you can generally make it to your location. And hey, with the reworked parachuting that came in about a year and a half ago, you can make it from one end of the map to the other fairly easily, if albeit fairly slowly here. So I want to see where our teams end up looting here, because there's still the majority of places open and available here. This is sort of the best of both worlds, unless you're a Puerto team, unless you're an Alcantara team, not that those particularly exist these days. It should be fairly free, fairly open to the majority of people to try and make their way together.
Yeah, and you know what kind of intrigues me right now? It's got to be San Martin, because take a look over at this right here. 300 going to be landing down towards it, but so many teams nearby. We got Spicy Fish going to finally be taking the engagement on towards them. True Sight on the east, Eternity over on the northwest, and Lethal Association on the south. Now, the question is, Rude, I mentioned the possibility of a 300 Spicy Fish hot drop. Is this finally the time where we see these teams fight early?
You bet it is. This was as targeted as it gets. 300 left the plane, looking like they had really good parachutes for San Martin. Spicy Fish were about a kilometer ahead on the plane path. They turned around, predicted exactly who this was, and they have landed right on top of 300 right here. They want to take this fight. This is who they are looking to hot drop, who they are looking to deny points from, and who they don't want to be facing in round number 3 right here. You can see Roth right now had that Uzi, didn't even have a helmet, just charging through, trying to find some players, trying to get 300 taken down. But remember what we said, Chunks, in game number 1. 300 are a strong fragging team themselves, and that's why Spicy Fish want them out of the game. They're just saying that they're better. They know that they can try and take this fight, and already opening up, looks like Sharp trying to find a couple of connections.
Yeah, Vox in a really rough position here, honestly. He is trapped between all of these members from Spicy Fish. Keenan may be all the way down to the south, but look, he can provide info here that no other players on the squad really can. And Civil just going to be looting up, as it looks like Roth and Sharp Shot both setting up a bit of a nice position here. The flashbang will come in over the top as Voxic doing what he can to try and survive. He is going to hear the footsteps coming through. Now it's just a case of him trying to hold an off angle here. Keenan from range is going to be getting involved on towards this to try and open up, as this gas can did blow up here. Roth going to be getting taken down low. Vox playing this pretty smart, all things considered, right now as a solo. Later going to be doing what he can to try and move in to provide some support, but honestly, it might just be too little too late right here, as Spicy Fish have just absolutely laid siege to this compound.
yeah, they've got 2 people underneath. They've got Keenan providing intense support from the top side as well. The rest of 300 need to get over here. Latta won't be enough. You can see they've recognized this. They're sending people in the vehicle. Is it going to be too little too late though? Sharp running in with that shotgun. Fox has actually hopped out. Might be able to recombine with the rest of his team here. Takes a big pump though. That's not what he needed to open up with. And actually, Uncivil Androth, they find all of them. And in a second, Spicy Fish take them out.
Spicy Fish. It finally happened. I can release my intel. Hey, guys, no leaks, but I heard rumors that Spicy Fish might hot drop 300 at some point. And you know what? they cleaned that one up. 4 kills coming out already here for Spicy Fish. That's really impressive, honestly. Typically, you see, you know, if a hot drop works out, sure, you might have a player or 2 on your team end up going down. But no, not losing a single player and being able to clean it up there with, you know, the micro Uzi and the shotguns. That's just absolutely huge. As Rude, let's take a look over at the map right now. And we have a pretty southern circle for the second time in a row. I know that you know what I'm hoping for here, Rude. We want the island circle. Don't crush my dreams. Just tell me it's going to happen.
It is, Chunks. I can guarantee you with 100% of my belief and my faith that we can make this circle go south. You can see that Ad Astra are very much on the same wavelength as us. They're already across that bridge on the south side. You can see Acro there ready and waiting for people to just bank on this south circle because, you know, 100% of these circles quite clearly go down to that south island around Los Igos, around just that saloon building on the south side of Miramar. Want to see it happen, and obviously with Ad Astra in a good position to set up for that, they could very well be reaping the rewards. The important part about their split here is they do have Sartas just on the northern side of the bridge. They've also got Shooter a little bit further away off on the northern side. They are spreading their resources very thin, and I feel like Sartas in this position, he's holding a very high priority spot. If he stays here as a solo, he can very easily get crashed on as 4 people if they're not doing their scouting, or even if they are. He's not really occupying too many windows, occupying too many peaks. He's not giving away those shots to alert people that he's there. And obviously, Sartas, he needs to be one to step up right now because Tilt Town, they're already in the mix.
Yeah, this is not ideal right here. With Kingdom also down to the south, Esteban going to be looking to try moving towards this. Shooter is going to be coming to group up with its teammate, but the question is it going to be enough at this point? Because let's think about it. This buggy is going to give away a lot of info right here. Tilt Town know that there's max 2 players over at this compound. Otherwise, they would have already seen a vehicle. So now they want to start engaging. It's going to be Evil Pickle that opens up with the Mini 14 on towards Shooter, and they haven't spotted out any of the players. The rest of Tilt Town looking like they want to start going for the crash right here. Andresito moving in with the Bronco, going to be pulling up over at the little shack right here. Does throw in a nade. It's a little bit short, but that won't matter anyway because Shooter already going to be all the way down the hill, moving away. Boppoli and Savage also moving in here for Tilt Town. This Evil Pickle trying to bait out some shots over on towards the house. It's not going to work out because both of these 2 players are going to be all the way down here. The real question is, though, what about these other 2 players down on the south from Ad Astra? And what about the rest of the squad from Kingdom going to be rotating to try and group up with Esteban here?
Looks like Kingdom are going to just take their leave, go continuing on a bit further along the east side here toward the center of the circle. The beauty of this compound for Ad Astra is the verticality of it effectively seems it as 2 compounds, right? Despite their extremely close proximity, you have to take them as separate compounds just because trying to push from one down to the other does leave you incredibly exposed. And all of the information coming from the south as well, Ad Astra will have the information of pretty much exactly when they're pushing down, be it the steps that they can hear above them, be it their support from the south giving them all this intel. You know that Savage and Jacito, these guys that have pushed up, they're going to be under fire and now running down to these houses. Savage, they are looking for these points.
Yeah, they are getting so aggressive on towards this already as Sartos is going to be getting spotted out. Shooter going to try and find a side angle, but he's caught with the flashbang. There's not much he can do for the time being. Savage going to be able to take down Shooter, leaving Sartos as the final player left up, but it's Evil Pickle from range finally starting to get involved. That's going to be opening up the shot. Sartos goes down. 1 player left up. Sorry, 2 players left up for Ad Astra all the way down to the south. Tilt Town cleaning up the compound, and they might have just grabbed control of the strongest position inside this circle.
And that was honestly just a very well played siege by Tilt Town. They get themselves pretty much the highest priority spot they could hope for. They get themselves exactly what they're looking for. They recognize that this is a 2-2. They're able to lay siege to the compound, get themselves in there pretty much instantly.
Did he just hit that? No, I thought for a second Blissey just hit that shot on towards Nahak. That was so close. I thought he had it. We're sticking on Blissey for a minute to see what ends up happening here.
I mean, it's worthwhile, right? If you hit these bolt shots, you want to be able to say, hey, I saw this, and looking to continue their way forward inside and try and find themselves just a little bit of damage, any kills that they can get. D-Stem has taken a little bit of a chunk right there. His health is a little bit low, and potentially exploitable with this M24. Any headshot, of course, at any range will be the knock. So if you're able to hit it, then good gosh, you will be more than happy with that one. The flush probably not too easy either, but from this position, it's all about making noise. It's all about alerting people to where you are. And for I Like Your Cut G, alerting people that you're on the top of the hill, definitely something they want to be doing because they are nearing the bottom of that leaderboard, and if they can get themselves a couple kill points more so than anything else, they will be looking very good. Rise, though, down to one player.
Yeah, Moratorium, the final player left up. I don't know what happened here, but after we were singing their praises last game, it's not going to work out for them. Good God, going to be up to the north as True Sight rotate right past. They won't have a clue. Moratorium able to lay down low. Define legit. He makes the rotate through. Is he going to be getting spotted out here? Moratorium's going to be aware of the position. The spray comes through. Define legit going down. As Good God going to be losing one. The rest of the squad going to try their best to get out of this, but that ain't looking too promising right now. It's only a duo. They're going to rotate pretty hard up to the north. Gray Show, he's picked up 2 kills, but it's really not what you're looking for when it's this early into the game right here.
Yeah, you always want to keep 4 up going into, well, obviously going into the final circle, you want to keep 4 up, but typically you can have a good game coming out. You really want to get at least to circle 2 or 3 before that first player gets felled. And unfortunately for both Good God and Rise Esports, they've not really found that level of success right here. Can see the circle, and unfortunately, Chunks, I may have lied to you about my statistics, about my research here. It didn't go south.
I feel scammed.
Got that northern circle. Feels scammed, man.
I'm so annoyed at you right now, Rude. How could you lie to me like this? I was so excited for that island circle.
With this sort of zone coming on through, we've got, again, another sort of Valley of Death zone, except this one, it's not the traditional valley that we see around El Azahar. This one is just a massive gaping expanse between 2 giant hillsides that teams can very much harbour themselves on for a long time. Either side, you can definitely get 3 or 4 teams on probably either of these hills. We're starting to see that come into fruition already. With Lethal Association just sort of lurking. They've got themselves the compound on the northern side of this zone right here. It's very difficult to leave, very difficult to approach, but obviously in an endgame circle, if you hold it, it is going to be mighty, mighty powerful.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I feel like any compound that teams are able to get is going to be, better than nothing right now. But realistically, your aim is to get control of one of these really high up hills, be able to hold some teams out of it, because we saw just how well that worked out for so many squads last game. The problem is, though, there's only limited amount of space inside a circle like this, and everyone's going to be scrapping for the high grounds here, as we already see Demon Rises, Boomers, 2 teams that didn't have the best performance last game, going to be taking an engagement. D-Stem, not sure whether he spotted out 73 gods there, but it appears that Demon Rises are going to be aware of Boomer's position after the smoke did come out. Nades did follow. And the question is, will either of these teams really be able to capitalize on towards it?
The way that this terrain lays, it's probably going to be very difficult for either one of them to fully confirm this fight without committing a lot of utility and a lot of resources to it. Not only that, peaking so high on the hillside, you are very exposed to a potential third party coming on through. Should any teams rotate their way into the north, maybe even to the south, trying to look for something over the top. It is Nahaks, though, who is looking more aggressive than the rest of the Boomers right now. Incredibly close in proximity to the rest of Demon Rises, pushing up within about 30 to 40 meters. Looks like they're trying to disengage a little bit off to the east, maybe try and distract from this fight, make sure that they're not going for it, and really try and continue that game up as 4 strong, and not necessarily wanting that aggression so early on.
Yeah, D-Stem looked like he wanted to flex out, but it's actually going to be Snorlax that opens up on towards Chris here. 73 God's going to be one of the, last remaining players over in this position. Maybe regretting not rotating out earlier, but it's going to be D-Stem that opens up even more shots. But Snorlax from the side angle does land the headshot on towards 73 Gods. That's going to leave only 2 players left up here for Demon Rises, Wenko and Might Terrors. Might Terry's got himself the 3x. I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough, though, right now, because, I mean, Boomers, they're such a strong squad. They're still as a 4-man. They're absolutely flexing on towards this. They're ready for anything pretty much in a zone like this. As, Wenko, he is going to open up a couple mini 14 shots, but realistically, when we talk about this Valley, if you get caught out in the open on this, you're in so much trouble. Speaking of caught out in the open, let's take a look over towards Spicy Fish as they catch out Kingdom Esports over on the rotate. SKZ going to be the final player left up. He gets the fludge on towards shot as he tries to find it on towards Uncivil. He runs out of ammo. It's going to be Uncivil that cleans it up. Kingdom Esports now 15th place, out they go, and Spicy Fish 7 kills already. Is it any wonder that this is our top team in the lobby right now?
Not in any doubt in my mind that they are our top team, and they're continuing to just waste to any team that dare challenge them. Right there, they got a knock about 2 or 3 minutes ago. They pulled up after the res had come through, and they retook that fight themselves. Very well played, and that's that sort of losing one that you might have anticipated by taking these fights here. So, they're down sharp, but they've still got 3 incredible fighters on their roster looking to try and make something happen throughout the rest of this game. We did see the circle shift, and it did end up pretty much centering on the Boomers here. They are just a little bit north with that hilltop compound. We've got teams like Epic Flank making their way in. They've got Tilt Town, who are going to be coming up their road very soon here. And if they're unaware of this or aware of this, this is going to be very important. 3 kills could be coming their way. But quite wisely, Tilt Town, they just hop off of the road at the right time there. They're going to be looking to try and take this siege, it looks like. Rolling up on the hills just to the south of it. They aren't inside the circle just yet, but they do have plenty of time to try and take this fight.
Look at this, it's Spicy Fish that are opening up to them all the way from the top of the hill. Uncivil here with the mini 14, currently first place in terms of kills for the game. Absolutely popping off, but it's not going to be enough as Orion going to be moving in behind as well. They are going to be aware of these shots. They should be able to hear them, but honestly, in a position like this, I feel like a lot of teams are just going to get absolutely torn apart because the high ground just comes in so big right here. Epic Flank, they tried to group up a little bit. Dr. Claw going to be moving in with the rest of the team as Badger lays a little bit back. He's getting caught from all the way up the ridge right there. It's Eternity that are going to be able to get the knock on towards him. Badger going down as Roth actually landing the knock over on towards Orion as they make a rotate through. Doobie getting caught out in the open. We saw Demon Rises earlier with only 2 players left up, but they are turning the tides in this fight. Now with 2 versus 2, it's going to be Wenko and Might Terror each going to be picking up 1 here for them.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure quite what's happened there for the Boomers. If you're going for a push out like that, you need to do that as a 4-man. I agree that you want to be leaving people in the compound to keep that spot safe and secure. But at the end of the day, you either take the fight as 4 or you don't, because exactly this is going to happen. You're going to end up losing ground, losing players, and not really in the ideal position. Now, though, Spicy Fish are looking to put Orion in the dirt. They've wasted 2 teams already trying to make Orion their 3rd. Worth noting that Dirty's In did make it out, has already rotated away, but inside the blue right now, Skaz is not going to have a good time trying to make it any further.
We just kind of appreciate here Moratorium still as a solo. I was going to say he took down 1, make it 2 right there. 3 kills now for Rise Esports. This is absolutely huge. He's just torn apart. Good God, don't forget, these were the teams that were all the way down on the southeast round here earlier, fighting out, getting caught out on the rotation. And it's absolutely huge right there for Moratorium, but I'll tell you who's going to be in a lot of trouble right now. It's going to be Orion. They've just lost 2 players to the zone as they decided not to make the push on towards True Sight. It's going to be Gizmac moving around the side on towards Dirty's In. Dirty's In is going to be aware of it. He does go for the spray on towards 1, takes him down. Berry Vibes hops up over the top. It's Berry that cleans up the final player for Orion now as they go down in 13th. True Sight looking to try and get the res off. Moratorium going down for Rise, and the circle, it shifted pretty hard up to the north here, Rude.
And look who's got all of the terrain at their mercy. Lethal Association from inside that compound are going to be able to flex over and take so much of this north side. Now, recognizing that Tilt Town, they want to go over there as well. Double north shift means that northern side is going to be very clear, but they've got to go through imbalance yet. Tao with a big opening does get traded back on. This is Evil Pickle now with just a small amount of health, able to stay alive and even able to go for a flush there. That's wicked shots, stealing away a knock for the Boomers, giving themselves another little kill point where possible. We still have this 3 versus 4 though. Looks like Bapili will be able to find the res. Rest of Imbalance in a little bit of a better position to lay gatekeep out right here. But Leo goes down. That's Evil Pickle finding the knock as well, and this could very well open the gates for the siege for Tilt Town.
Bone, however, he's not going to let it happen just yet. He takes down Androzito. First confirmed kill coming out here from Imbalance as they only have 2 players left up. Bone is just absolutely torn apart. Gap going to hop down below as the rest of Tilt Town are going to be looking to try and sweep. They want to grab the high ground. Bopoli, aware that players are going to be somewhere inside the smoke, does throw down the Molotov, but it's Evil Pickle that finds Gap. Zuno through the gap in the smoke. Headshot coming through, and now he wants to push in more and more. Knows that Bone is going to be inside here somewhere, as he does actually decide to stick the res. It's going to be a bit of a risky one. I'm not sure how that's going to pay off, as Evil Pickle now is going to be able to spot him out. Lands the headshot, knows there's likely going to be another player inside that smoke, but Gapzuno, he's been able to get the first aid off. The zone is closing in. Savage lands shots on towards him. Not going to be enough for the flush just yet, as the smoke is still up. It looks like Gapzuno could end up just potentially denying to zone here, as he's just absolutely lit up. He is going to try and just deny the points, going for another heal for the time being. I'd be surprised to see them, really move off of this anymore. But let's not forget, Eternity here, still up the hill, want to start flexing onto this. They've heard the shots from Tilt Down, as have Boomers. So these guys are going to be looking to get involved real quick now.
2 sets of teams overwatching this fight. Tilt Town fight their way in on that western side, and they've got themselves a little bit of a position here. It's not a lot, it's not great to be working with, but it is inside the circle, and they're no longer taking that constant barrage of damage from the blue. They are managing to make themselves at home. Looks like Eternity. This is just going to be Junbi, hoping for the absolute banger nade, and he gets it. That's 2 for 1 on that one. Evil Pickle, the only one remaining, looking for maybe a follow-up that just comes through to a little bit too far to the east. And that one, again, this is the barrage from actually Gapzuno, taking away 2 kills for himself. Tilt Town, you're pinned in a slight little hole right there, good friends, and Gapzuno's actually the one that comes out on top.
Gapzuno, the solo, coming out big, going to be able to clean up, steal 2 kills away. Got 3 overall for the team now, as I like your cut, G goes down. He's also somehow, this late into the game, managed to secure himself a placement point out of it. Boomers, they're going to be looking down the hill to try and find something, but as they get third party from Slapped, he is going to be going down. Wicked Shots has been eliminated. The circle, we saw it pull over to the east, and now it starts closing. Spicy Fish, Roth is going to be getting caught out a little bit by Gizmac, as the solo player left up here from True Sight, doing what he can to try and work his way up the ridge. But I mean, Roth is just absolutely trained on towards this right now, and Civil and Keenan both going to be looking out in this direction, realizing he's making a pull up, and I feel like Gizmac right now, his days might just be numbered.
Yeah, and I think that maybe Daze is, well, unfortunately down to 0 there. Keenan finds the knock, finds the obvious instant kill, and Gizmac falling for True Sight does obviously earn a single placement point, but 8th place, obviously, a decent enough position. We get a good overview of the map right now, a good lay of the land. Demon Rises occupying the most central position, not necessarily the best one, but they are obviously the least likely to have to move. Eternity moving in on the south side, trying to take away this compound from Snorlax, a single remaining member for the Boomers after having a pretty tragic time pushing over the ridges to be removed by Demon Rises. And now, of course, under fire from what probably will be a full 4-man of Eternity, looking to sweep and clear this building together. You have to imagine that for the time being, his days also very, very limited.
You gotta hope here that Snorlax's gonna be able to survive something, as he does make a little bit of noise that is gonna allow Eternity to start moving in. Soup gonna be ready for this, as Snorlax, he's prepped the gas can. You gotta give him credit there, but surely Eternity are gonna be aware. Goes for the spray, so it will be able to blow up, but it's not gonna land on towards Vexel. Gonna be safe for the time being. Eternity doing what they can to try and move in towards this, as Snorlax right now just gonna be pinched down in this position. It's really not looking ideal, as the nade does land through from Soup. Molly is likely going to follow, but for the time being, he hops out on towards the balcony, hoping for the best. Not going to be enough, though. The Molly lands through. Steel able to clean up. Down go Boomers out in 7th. Now we're into that 2 placement point territory, and this is where people really need to start playing for points right now. You want to get in towards the placement. 15 players alive. They know it's a possibility. The question is, can they make it happen? As the zone, it's pulled down to the south yet again. Not horrible for any squads, but that is going to take this compound out of the fight for the time being.
Means that they're going to have to flex up onto the ridges up to the north. The traditional rotate out of here is going to be trying to play the northwestern side of that circle, get a good overlook at everybody else inside the zone. Unfortunately, nice little shots there from that sociopath for Eternity here. They're going to be trying to fight up against 4 teams that also want that terrain. And Spicy Fish, they're pretty much uncontested for this position. This is more level 3 gear. Chunks, remember yesterday, our final game and Roth with the AWM.
Oh, I remember. I will never forget Roth with the AWM. That was one of like the biggest clutches I've ever seen. And his first shot, he lands the headshot on towards Dielift. He's looking to find an angle on towards Sociopath as he dips down just inside. Uncivil also going to be opening up here. Junbi going to be going down for Eternity. And you got to say, when you have a player like Roth rocking the Orm, you got to be afraid, especially if these teams watch the VODs from yesterday and they know just what this man is made out of.
It's just headshot magnets. Every single bullet, it feels like, connects in some way, and the AWM doesn't just damage helmets, it will rip them off here. Now going to be removed the helmet there of one of the Lethal Association players. They're going to recombine. They're going to try and find their kills on the northwestern side of the circle. The only question for Spicy Fish is, do they know that they've got an Astra in their backs? But honestly, as soon as they find out, they should be able to take them down. The big fight going to be in on this northern side. We've got 4 teams, make that almost 3 here, as Gapzuno probably going to go down to Lethal Association, but could be a very, very hard fought fight on this northern side.
Gabzuno, he's down to 5 HP, but he's not giving up. The nade does come through, Imbalance go down in sick, but if there was ever a solo play to like hold on to placement points, that's going to be the Ron. Really well played for them indeed, as more nades will come out. Junbi doing what he can to try and peek over the top and land some damage. Steel going to be going down in the trade, however, is now only 2 players left up here from Eternity. You got to be a little bit concerned right now if you're on this squad, hoping for the best, as Vexel and Soup going to be the only 2 left up doing what they can to try and survive. Wenko going to be getting the engagement on towards Dielift, though, as the solo player from Demon rises. And there it is. He's going to be able to pop up round the back with the third party. Take down Lethal Association down in 5th. Well played. But it's only a matter of time until Spicy Fish decide to get involved. There it is. Keenan opening up. Roth and Uncivil here for some support. Realistically, it's Eternity versus Spicy Fish, and potentially we could see Ad Astra work their way up this hill for the third party. But looking over at this zone, it's going to favor the southeastern side. Players can kind of work their way down, so you got to hope that these guys are going to be able to make it in just a little bit further and maybe stand a chance against this force of Spicy Fish.
Yeah, right now, they're looking at the numbers. They totted them up. During the course of that fight, they pushed over the hillsides with little to no regard for the potential for there being snakes, right? But the second that fight sort of mops itself up, they recognize, hey, there's probably only 1 team left on this hillside. They can tell with the numbers left, there are still snakes somewhere. There is a team lurking around on the rest of Miramar here. It's going to be a Dastra down on the south side trying to make their way in. And importantly, Roth has got a nice deep set angle to try and deny them from this push. Eternity making things happen on the northern side, distracting Uncivil, putting our Crow in a position to take some shots. Unfortunately, they don't connect, and for now, Uncivil is saved. Roth looking for some shots with the AWM, and Steel now sieging over the top for Eternity, trying to take down Spicy Fish. Their resources a little bit split right now, making sure they don't die to the snakes and also don't die to the team pushing over the top of this hill.
Gotta hope for the best here. Steel gonna be opening up as Vexel tries to find the side angle. He spots out Real. There comes the knock. Big damage gonna be coming out here. Steel gonna be working his way around to take the fight on towards Uncivil. So he will be able to spot him out, but it looks like Civ spotted him in return. Big damage gonna be coming through. Vexel actually engaging on towards Roth from range as Keenan gets the knock over on towards Soup. It's a 2 versus 2 realistically in this fight, but Keenan gonna be tagged down. Let's see if Steel can maybe hop up over the top here and do some damage, trying to find the angle, but the flashes, they just do so much here for these fights. They are so kind of overused at the moment, and I think that's really being shown as Keenan does get spotted out. Steel going to be able to do some damage. That leaves Uncivil as the final player left really in this fight. Roth still at range, could get involved, but I'm not sure how promising it's going to be right now, as pretty much Spicy Fish, 14 kills already, looking like it could end up being 15. There it is. Soup bleeds out to zone. Now you're just going to hope right now, Spicy Fish, can they maybe round it off to a 20, or can ETR somehow make it further in towards the circle?
Uncivil has 18 bullets here. Moving round to get loot, not really a possibility. But it just doesn't matter when Roth is beaming people from the south. The AWM strikes, and that is going to be Vexel put to his knees. And remember, Uncivil, 18 bullets here, has got a finite amount to be working with. If he's able to come up trumps, then he'll be in a good spot to try and get some loot. Unfortunately, Steel finds him. He goes down, and now we're into another solos warfare right here. Roth versus Acro versus Steel for game number 8's Chicken Dinner.
All right, I gotta pull Roth up over on that main cam right now, because we just know how powerful this guy can be. We saw him absolutely pop off yesterday. Let's see if maybe he can make it happen again right now as we take a look over at the circle. It's gonna be pretty far down to the southeast. Roth gonna be in a good position to try and open up over on towards Steel. Steel just laying prone, hoping for the best. Acro still just chilling, not wanting to give anything away for the time being, trying his best to survive. Steel has to try and run the gauntlet. It's not looking promising right now as Roth landing so many shots over towards him. The M4 spray going to be coming through as well, but for the time being, not going to be able to connect Steel. He's surviving, but the question is for how long, as Acro still lurking around the back, is going to be looking to try and find an angle.
Yeah, these guys are very cautious stepping up to this AWM, and honestly, quite rightly so. Steel does do the hard work, though, and that's probably where Roth will be killing himself, that he's not got a DMR readily available. I would have loved to be able to try and tap Steel as he moves down that hillside right there. Was in the great open, but obviously the AWM still going to be coming out. Acro spotted out there. Roth almost finds it, but not quite able to here. Acro looking to try and maybe salvage a second place out of this. Will be able to do so, you would expect. Steel, now's the second run to go for here. A lot of closer range with this M4 spray. Roth could very well find something with it. Prone at the backside of his smokes right now, using his last couple bandages. He's able to get those off. He'll be back up to pretty much 75 HP, but then after the fact, nothing to use. AWM looks for it, doesn't quite get it now with the barrel in hand. They're both trying to take trading shots at one another. It is going to be Roth that finds Steel. Now down to just a 1 versus 1. Acro has the nade out in his hands here. The level 3 gear looking good, but it's just another nade that actually finds him. At Astra, they have 2 kills, Chunks, but they've got the win.
Hey, I said it earlier, the chicken dinner is the only placement point that matters for a lot of these teams. Hey, I gotta say though, I'm noticing a pattern. Roth is really doing well in terms of consistently coming in towards the end there. He picked up the Orm yet again. Very well played indeed from them. So credit where credit's due. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a very short break, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes with game number 3, our final Miramar of the round.
chain.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. Game number 2 is in the bags. It is time for our final Miramar game of the evening and of round 2. My name is Chunks. I'm joined by the wonderful Rude Dude, and I want to take a minute to apologize for the lag on the stream last game. I know it was like super early in the game on your end, but there's a 25-minute delay, which means, you know, if something goes wrong on my end, it doesn't get fixed for like a few minutes later, for like half an hour later. So apologies for that. Just want to throw that out there. You know, I live with 5 other people. I live with 4 other people, so it happens. You know, gamers, we need our internet. We need to download games. So apologies again for that. But Rude, even with the lag, what an awesome game. I mean, huge kills all around. Spicy Fish just not relenting.
Not even slightly here. And I remember yesterday, Chunks, you and I had ourselves a little bit of a to and fro about would Spicy Fish make it over 200 points. You opted in for yes. I reluctantly went, or not reluctantly, but happily sort of went for no here. And after game 1, I was going to be sitting on my high horse going, yeah, they only got 3 points from that game. There's no chance they can break 100 points here. Well, that game, they got themselves 23 points. And if they continue along that trajectory, they're well on the way to earn themselves over that 200 barrier from 12 games. So that's something that we should be keeping our eyes on for our own sakes here. And obviously, if they continue to dominate Miramar and dominate Erangel, the sky is the limit for them here. They can definitely take over. And, you know, we're not under any real doubts that they're going to be our top 1. The question remains, though, who are going to be the 2, 3, and 4 going through?
Yeah, well, let's take a look over at the leaderboards, Rude, and see how things are looking. Give us a quick rundown of what you're seeing, any changes, anything that really stands out to you?
Yeah, you remember that hot drop that we saw in just last game? That one has come back full circle right now. 300, they're still in the top 4, but they are in a very dangerous position right here. They've got Demon Rises, Rise Esports, Eternity, Ad Astra, Tilt Town, all within just a chicken dinner's worth of points of making it into that top 4 from them. They can very easily be shunted out right here, and another game with 0 points, you have to imagine, takes them out of that top 4, albeit for that game. Orion as well, they're sitting pretty cautiously in 3rd position, but they've got themselves a little bit of a buffer between those top 4, or between the 4th and then the rest of the field before they go into it. Lethal Association, mind you, a bit of an underdog coming in, a team that we don't necessarily sort of recognize off the bat here, but they've come out and they've been absolutely tearing it up right here. Consistent placement points, consistently picking up kills as well, the 2nd most in our lobby so far. They've been doing a very good job, and in 2nd place, they too are starting to generate themselves a little bit of a buffer between 2nd and then the rest of the pack.
You know what? You mentioned, look, Lethal Association, they weren't a team that we really had our eyes on coming into this, but I mean, they are a set of seasoned players, and I think they've shown it right here because, sure, we're not familiar with the name, we're not familiar with the logo, but when you look at the players on the team, they are just so strong. They've got some absolute veteran names. But Rude, it's that time again. Let's hop into game number 3 of the evening over here on Miramar. And what are your thoughts about this playing path?
The playing path, very nice for a lot of teams. They've got themselves pretty much what they would have loved to see here. What strikes me as a little bit funny, and the reason you hear me having a little chuckle to myself, look who's hopped out the plane very early on. That's going to be 300, taking themselves out of pretty much any hot drop contention here. Spicy Fish not going to be able to hunt them down, track them this time. Looks as though they maybe think that they would have gone to Monte Nuevo. It's not going to be the case. They've gone all the way up to Torre Ahumada, and they are going to be at least safe to loot in this game here. Obviously, we've got 3 Erangels following this one, so we'll have to wait and see what that sort of presents to us. But if you recall from yesterday, Chunks, we did have a different hot drop that we needed to keep track of. It was Imbalance up against Orion, and it looks like once again that Minas Generales area going to be contested.
Rude, I would pay good money to hear you say Torre, whatever it was, just over and over again. Oh my god, that just sounded so satisfying. But yeah, I mean, you're right, Rude. I mean, Orion and Imbalance both dropping right next to each other over towards Minas. It felt like earlier yesterday, you know, it was Imbalance just getting absolutely torn apart. But I mean, towards the end, they were able to, I believe as a 2-man, pretty much clean up the entirety of Orion. So it's anyone's game, as I mean, we take a look over at the map now. What are we thinking with phase 1?
Hey, you know what, 300, they sort of took a bit of a gamble on their early drop, and they come up trumps right now. They've got themselves a really good position to move in and pretty much command the northern side of this circle. You know, I'm coming from an EU-based background. This is sort of an apex circle through and through. That hilltop compound just at the very top of that spine, a little bit to the west of the center of the circle, typically a position that they love to take here. And there's a compound as well, Demon Rises, are very close to on the map there. You've got 73 gods. If you go just to the northeast of him, that's a very popular compound for teams to be taking, and going to be rather very interested to see which teams make their way into those high priority locations, because 300, whilst they're in a good spot to get there, there are more teams in and around the area. Obviously, Kingdom Esports looking to make themselves at home on that top side as well. I think that we've got Code Miko driving up there, but I don't know that he's looted anything. And currently, there are 3 people all heading in that direction. There's Code Miko heading up, Neff and Headkick as well, trying to go up there. And if Neff gets there in time, we could very well see one of these fights break out very early on.
Neff actually looking like he maybe wants to back off, wait for Headkick to group up with him, or maybe just go for a completely different position. But I mean, you're right, Rude. Code Miko already going to be posted up over here. We'll have the high ground, and the question is, all right, when you get a circle like this, and, you know, you mentioned it earlier on, you know, over in EU, we see Apex actually grab this compound all the time, but I feel like we also see a trend when we see Apex, you know, do well inside the circle over in EU. They always end up just running out of utility so early, because this is one of those positions where very few teams will crash, but you can take shots at so many squads that are kind of working their way through, and you just burn through so much ammo, so much utility, but you're not really able to make anything happen in terms of looting the bodies and, you know, staying alive, really.
It does test your trigger discipline and valuing what is an important shot to take, what isn't. And also just sort of self-control and that sort of preservation in your own mind. If you've got 300, 556 and you know that there's 4 M4 spawns still around to pick up, by all means, launch those mini shots until Kingdom Come. But if you're much like Code Miko and you've only got this compound to be looting, you do have to be cognizant and thinking about there how many shots you've got to take, whether or not it's worthwhile, whether you want to be trying to land those connections, because, you know, it comes down to a lot of different factors. If you think about, for example, we look at a team inside, if you're shooting a team that are in the open, right, they don't have too much cover, there's a very real possibility that you're going to be doing meaningful damage, taking out helmets, taking out vests, for example. But if you're taking shots down on teams that are in opposite compounds, the odds are they've got vests and helmets in abundance. They're probably going to have more first aid kits as well knocking around. So really trying to value which shots are worthwhile taking is another skill here that's going to be put to the test for Kingdom, because they have been funneled into this circle 1 right here, and they're going to be needing to try and command this position to sort of establish the respect of the circle so that they don't get crashed.
Yeah, I gotta kind of wonder here, all right, 300, they're just about on the cusp. What are we thinking about how they end up playing the rest of the game? Sure, we've seen them play super aggressive so far in the event, but now getting to a point where, you know, there is the potential that they do get absolutely just held out by teams like Spicy Fish. How do they end up playing this? That's what I gotta wonder here is, you know what, teams that not in the best position, but also looking to frag out. It's going to be Kingdom opening up here. It's going to be SKZ and Lucid each picking up a kill here over on towards True Sight. As True Sight now losing 2 members, not ideal in the position that they're currently in.
No, and we're getting to the point now where it is quite literally do or die. True Sight coming into this game 13th position. Presently, about 25 points outside of that top 4 position. So losing 2 people early on, definitely not the sort of start that they would have been looking for. And you can see on the map there, Gizmac and Arson, they move back down. They sort of settle for a slightly worse off position. But doing that as a 2-man, much less profitable than just establish it or sort of respecting it early on and going for that slightly lower tier spot, but as a 4-man.
I mean, you know what? Talk about going for lower tier spots. Look at this. Leo right now doing exactly the opposite over in that super high tier spot, grabbing hold of the cliffs and absolutely raining down hell with that SLR over on towards those rotating players from Orion. Unfortunately, you know, that buggy, it's a rough one to be able to land shots with from that kind of range, as is any vehicle, but hey, they took the attempt, and you know what? They did a tiny bit of damage. Epic Flank, however, they're going to be doing a bit of damage as well, as Rise Esports going to be losing Moratorium. We saw him come out big as a solo last game, but I'm not sure whether it's going to be able to hold on for long enough now, as Epic Flank still up as a 4-man, going to be looking to potentially move a little bit further inside a circle before taking any big engagements here.
I think they've got what they're going to get from that position, and they're going to recognize that as well. They set up a nice little road camp. They picked themselves up a little kill point there. The odds of Rise Esports then following through and funneling into the exact same rotation route, close to 0. You know, you can see Wazuppi and Chiller already taking a slightly different path up that road, and then with that Epic Flank, they're going to start getting into their vehicles, start to move away as well. The issue they might run into is if they take too long, they might find themselves trapped out by Rise Esports. But, you know, we're looking at other people trying to camp these rotations. I like Kikuchi tried to get a couple of shots onto Tilt Town, and unfortunately didn't find themselves any knocks, didn't really sustain any casualties in the process though, so, you know, nothing ventured, nothing earned at the minute, as they sort of tried to chance their arm with a couple of knocks, didn't get anything, and they're not going to lose anything either.
You say they're not going to lose anything, but just look at this position that Evil Pickle's in right now. He is pinned down behind the vehicle, which is already smoking. He's forced to go for the heal, and it looks like Gribbles potentially wants to try and get an angle over on towards it. As he moves around in the Bronco, he's going to go for the high ground, but I don't think he's going to be prepared for Orion playing inside this dip. Not to forget the imbalance were over in this direction earlier, and Gribbles now is going to be getting spotted out by Tadine and by his teammate. The Scar Spray comes out. There it is. Down goes Gribbles. Fishy going to be pulling up over at the rock, but I'm not sure whether it's really going to be enough now. As Doobie preps the nade, he's going to be looking to find something. It's the underhand that comes out, but the spray lands over on towards Blissey. Doobie now, he has the number on towards Flash. Here's another player going down. I like your Kutchi. It's only going to be Palix remaining, and you know what? Credit to him for heading in even more, but now he's realized he has to move away, especially now with Tilt Town moving in from the northwest, looking to try and third party. We got Andresito with the Mini 14 opening up on towards Skaz, trying to land something as the smokes come down. The rest of the squad going to be pulling up over the top. Here comes Boppoli. Let's see if he can make something happen here as he preps the frag grenade. Is it going to be close enough? It's a little bit too far. Tadine going to continue moving away, but he's already tagged up now. He's down to low HP. Skazka going to be the final player left up, hopping into the buggy, but Andresito from range absolutely pinning him down with the Mini 14. It's not going to be enough, and look, another third party coming in now. As that Astra get involved, it's Acro that takes down Boppoli, and this is just third party central. What a messy early game fight here.
It started out with Alaiki Kutchi and Orion trying to find some fights. Ends with Ad Astra taking down one of Tilt Town. Everybody scatters to the wind, and it's actually going to be Ad Astra that keep themselves alive on Graveyard. They're fighting for such a low tier position in this circle. The very extremities of the south side of Circle 1 here. Not worth all the carnage that it had there. Doesn't matter though, everybody just about gets away to safety, save for Alaiki Kutchi, obviously down to just Palix. Now, we cut over to the southeast. This is a 2-member of Imbalance right now, with the rest of their team going to be on those hilltops just to the south where we'd seen them previously overlooking from Orion. Need to be careful with Rise Esports. They are 3 people in this compound right now, and Leo looking to try and take advantage of that.
All I'm saying, Rude, is look at that map right now. Look where that circle could end up going. Are we going to see one of those Oasis / cliffside endings, or maybe, you know, we're gonna see that land ratio come in and pull hard down to the south? I mean, either way right now, it's phase 2. It's a little early to tell, but you could already tell this is gonna be an exciting circle.
Yeah, regardless right now, circle can go anywhere. There's another shift inbound before that circle starts hard shifting away. The position it'll move away from going to be those rocks that Latta was on that you just seen previously. You know, that space just to the north of Spicy Fish will try to be removed at all costs by the land ratio shift. And you can see Latta has now tried to leave, tried to get away from there, given that the rest of his team is very much over on the eastern side of the circle. And they're going to need to reconsolidate, recombine here, and try and take themselves the fight, because there are a lot of teams trying to break their way into their spot. Tilttown here having a little bit of a vehicle malfunction, but they've got smokes down. They'll be able to get res back up, and save for losing a knock, they're not going to lose everything. They're not going to really lose all that much.
Just a little love tap. We've spoken about it before. We see him all the time. It's just a little love tap. I'll tell you what isn't the shots coming out from Roth. They absolutely tear apart Arson from True Sighters. Well, I wanted to see if he could maybe clutch something out. It's not going to be a case. Sharp Shot finishes off the job, and Civil gets the flush. True Sight, I believe, down to just a couple players now. There's going to be 300 also opening up here. Look at this. Voxic and Lader working together to clear their way through, supported, of course, by Head Kick. 300, they had a rush game. Last one getting hot dropped by Spicy Fish, but now they're going to be looking to maybe find something else here. Mike Terror holding on towards the side angle is going to be getting spotted out as Later tries to move around the back. It's Voxic that gets the knock. Neff going to be the one to go down right here. The Molotov, it comes out from Head Kick. Is it going to be enough? Not looking like it, but it's very close behind Chris, just a couple steps back, and that would have been the end of him. And oh no, that's unfortunate. He ends up walking right into it. Head Kick tries to peek over the top. It looks like he spotted out Chris here. Is going to be looking to try and find an angle with the M4. He takes him down low, but it's not enough to finish the job, as Vox going to be sticking onto the res on towards Later. Nefahor still going to be going down. Chris gets the heal off, and him and Wenko, they are going to be looking through to try and finish off the job now.
Chunks, yeah, I don't mean to, you know, draw attention away from 300, making this insane play right here. Chris tries to get a response, gets one down. Head Kick does get it. It was just Keenan. He's pushing over on the hillside. This is Spicy Fish looking to do all they can to deny 300. Neff takes down one, and the flush there as well. Down to two members. It's going to be Latter that comes up huge. They do get the reses. Want to draw our attention to Keenan. Spicy Fish have lost 3 looking for this push. Uncivil and Roth died on the mountainside coming over here. They are hunting right now. They saw 300 in the kill feed, and they are perilously just charging out looking for these kills. Smokes in abundance. Keenan with the nade out in hand looks to try and make something happen with it. Looks like just little bits of chip damage coming through, but nothing that is coming in and being those flushes, being those finishes. The Renox not even coming through off of these nades, and Keenan, whether he knows it or not, now going to be in a 1 versus 4 up against their big competition 300 esports.
Can we just appreciate right now that Spicy Fish, even as a solo, just full W key over on towards 300 right now. You've got to give Lader credit there. He managed to pick up the final kill on towards Demon Rises. But now, with Keenan coming up the back, you got to be a little bit concerned, because even as a solo, this is one of those players that can just do so much damage. True Sight now, they will finally get eliminated, as Gizmak going to be going down. 300 have control of the compound, but let's be real here. As soon as Voxic stands up and starts making footsteps, Keenan's going to hear this, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him just basically snap onto it and try and take the fight.
Yeah, and you already know that he's going to be going for knocks, and then instant flushes out here. Voxic steps up, does go in toward the compound. Looks like Keenan had the ears on it, but doesn't unfortunately have the eyes there. The run on in is safe, and 300, they get themselves out of the perilous situation. Of course, with those nades being barraged over, they are going to know that there was somebody looking for that fight. Fortunately enough, though, they've been able to reset, get themselves set up in that compound, and move on forward. If we see Keenan striking the kill feed, then we know exactly who it's going to be on. But for the time being, with this new circle showing itself here, you can expect to see teams on the edge try and fight their way in a little bit more. We've got Nox in the kill feed. This is going to be Bistro with a nice little barrel combination, able to find the flush as well with that M24. And this is going to be a really good setup for Good God. They've had themselves a bit of a rough start to today. But with 4 people still strong, they have control of the northern side. They might be able to make something work out of these northern ridges.
Epic flank here. They still got a bit of a way to make it in. Sure, they can play the very edge of this compound, but it's not ideal because, I mean, just take a look up at this hill and how open it is here. How pretty much 300 can hold out both of these teams, you know, from making their way in. The question is, it really does come down to, yet again, Keenan, that unknown factor. And the question is, do 300 know that it's going to be Keenan right down here, or are they maybe thinking it's just a teammate of Epic flank down there? So that's just the case. Neff, I think he spotted out Noel making the cross, but for the time being, they should be relatively strong. 4 kills already for 300, and God, do they need it in a position like this where they're just on the cusp.
Yeah, that they need it, and it feels like they've got the pressure a little bit more so than the rest of the teams that aren't even in that top four, right? You know, that the breaking in almost feels like it's easier. And you know, you'll ask, I feel like most people going into the final game that they'd actually prefer to be on the outside rather than the inside. You know, when there's like 1 point in it, you know, that sort of underdog, the climbing factor coming on through tends to play a little bit more so on the mental and be a little bit more of a beneficiary motivational feature than being, you know, oh, we need to hang on to dear life in our fourth place spot, and sort of alters the way that these guys end up playing it out. 300, they get themselves a little bit of the circle remaining, but they are getting pushed up on. Keenan is probably going to get found here pretty soon. Epic Flank have made their way up to their hillside right now, and whether 300 know this or not, there's going to be some fighting on their doorstep.
Yeah, but let's not forget right now, Keenan's still laying prone. He might just be able to hear these players moving through. We're yet to find out, but it's going to be an interesting one to see as Noel sneaking his way up with the barrel. Should be able to spot out Keenan now. There it is. Spots out the body. Goes to the spray. There it is. Spicy Fish now down in 14th. This is going to give away the info, though. Look at this. Nefahor, he's ready. He's up in towards the compound. He hears the players moving through. Peeks out. Goes to the barrel shots. Not going to be able to connect with all of them. Head kick. A little bit too far to make anything happen here. As he tries to do some more, he will be able to get the knock on towards Badger. It's going to be Voxic, however, that gets the kill on towards Noel. That leaves now only one player left up here for Epic Flank. And I think Neff has the info on towards this player. LoJack's doing what he can to try and survive, but I think right now his days are numbered as 300 start to group up more and more. They're going to be looking to try and take the fight. The real question is, how many can LoJack's take out on his way? Will he be able to take out any, if any at all?
And they need all of these points to come on in. Once again, reminder, Epic Flank, another one of our teams starting this one in 15th position. They need as many kills as possible if they're going to try and make it anywhere near that top four before the close of play tonight. Just looking like they're biding their time. 300, if they're aware of where he is, they can take this incredibly slowly, and they can just take their time with this one, a 1v4, something that we're not expecting a team of 300's caliber to be messing up here. Now looking at it, Boomers, they're trying to take a couple of shots on. They've taken a knock, but it's going to be Lethal Association losing a member, at least down on their knees right now. Chance of a res, somewhat 50-50, but losing Lift as well. Not going to be doing very much for them at all there.
Sociopath plays the side angle, will be able to do some damage on towards D-Stem's vehicle, but the knock just not being found right now as one of the two remaining players from Lethal Association. Sneaky Ninja going to be playing a little bit further back as they want to try and group up, but they're catching a lot of fire. Pin between Boomers and Astra. They're going to be in big trouble, but it's going to be Tilt Town moving in from the south, also looking to get involved on towards this now. Boomers, they have themselves the high ground to work with, but they really just have a sliver of the zone to really get into right here. Rise, they open up as well, as there it is, Sneaky Ninja, the final player left up from Lethal Association. He knows Evil Pickle's going to be low, but Andrezito, he just crashes right in. Thank you very much. 2 pretty free points right there for Sneaky Ninja. He needs to get the reload, though, because Evil Pickle going to be on the other side of this wall going for the reload, but the question is, can it come out? As I mean, the circle's popped, and these guys are going to have to make a move real quick.
This is a fight no longer just for the kills, it's for position to try and push over this hillside right now. With Sneaky Ninja still alive, there's still a res there. Sociopath is still waiting for it, needs to put down the utility and make sure that he's got the time and the space to spend 10 seconds not holding an angle. With the shots that he put down and with Boomer taken low by the Tilt Town last remaining member, they have got the opportunity here to find themselves that res. Lethal Association back up to 2. Sneaky Ninja now getting a bit aggressive with it. Doesn't have the utility out in hand just yet. Doesn't really have any first aid kits either. Peeks on out, looks for the spray, doesn't find it. Instantly, that's going to be D-Stem finding the knock and the instant flush as a response. Now with the nade going into that little corridor there, finds a very close little spray. Sociopath on the right-hand side, though, managed to take him down. That's a trade there. Lethal Association with 5 kills. Looks like that's going to be their end, but getting inside the warehouse here, still got a little bit of space to work with, but as we've highlighted here, these guys are all now going to have to blow up against their back. Boomer's going to have to come off the hillside. Ad Astra, just been sat in this long building in this barn on the northern side, watching, waiting eagerly as Sociopath finds some sprays, but not enough to get a knock. They're going to be Ad Astra. They finally come out, they finally peek, they take down Wicked Shots. And there we go. Eternity now fighting their way in as well. They're up against Orion. This is a pretty big fight for teams that are trying to broach into that top 4 as well. Soup, you can't do that to people.
Orion just getting absolutely punished for grouping up over in that shack, torn apart because of it. And you know what? Rule 1 of PUBG is keep your distance, because one nade can do so much damage. And there it is. I mean, huge play coming out there from Soup, as now he's going to be opening up yet again on towards Schiller, who has to try and make his way in for Rise Esports. But let's not forget here, Leo, the solo player from Imbalance, he's going to be looking to try and find his first kill of the game as he spots out Chaudhry. He pops up over the top. Out comes the spray. Chaudhry going to be going down now. Rise with only one player left standing. Chiller going to be switching his attention on towards this, but realistically, he can't make a move because Eternity are already pinned down on towards his location. So the nade lands through. It's going to be a little bit short. The second one, though, looking a whole lot closer. And there it is. Rise Esports going out in 8th right now. They managed to pit themselves at 1 point out of it, but it's not ideal as Leo here from Imbalance somehow manages to survive a little bit longer, but it's not looking very good as now 300. They have the high ground. They got 10 kills so far over on the east. They might just be able to get line of sight on him, provided the Duality doesn't get too aggressive, but it's Junbi that finishes off the job.
Leo does fall there, so that's going to be Imbalance going down, and this is the very real possibility of a statement game for 300 here. Boomers, they do go down. Hax actually gets himself 2 knocks before finding the flushes inside, or they're going down to the blue right there. So Ad Astra, who were 4 people strong moving out of that long building, have been taken down to 2 off the back of the snake inside the blue. So now going to be a little bit disappointed by that one. We do see Good God, though, still trying to hold out 300. They've got Duality up close and personal. Beastio holding with this M24. And then Krayshow as well, looking for a couple of shots from further adrift to the north. 300 with those 10 kills, with 4 people still standing. They have a very real possibility of being able to take not only this fight, but take the game as well. But it's Beastio. The headshot onto Neth, doing exactly what is necessary. Not quite at the right timing. There's an opportunity for the res. The blue not closing in just yet, but obviously taking off the helmet and taking away some of the utility is a good idea. The M4 spray spraying on out. 3x on the back, not quite able to find any knocks. The information that will be relayed, and Duality now, the fact that he's been up close and personal for so long, position is documented. The rest of 300 can try and take this one by one if they can. Neff puts down a couple of shots back onto Krayshow. He can still peek, though, still has enough HP to try and support, try and help out, and that is exactly what he is looking to do. The SLR rings on out, gets a tag here and there, but again, nothing quite looking like a knock just yet. Duality has this angle on the right-hand side, spots 300 all in the dip. He finds one, gets immediately traded back on, though. Beastio immediately again with the response. For now, it's a 2 versus 2. Good God have got 2 people alive, and they've got nades in abundance. Launching out utility, left, right, and center. That's a nade and a Molotov going over. Doesn't look like it's quite finding the mark, and 300 even able to pick up some reses here. They're going to be able to continue as fall. The medding needs to come through quickly enough. The blue at their backs, it's going to be pretty tight here. Krayshow peeks on out, doesn't get anything for it. Head kick goes down and gets that one. Duality down as well. Beastio, the only remaining member left, and he's got an M24 to speak with. The level 3 vest is looking good, but the 1v4 now much more difficult.
All right. Let's see that old school, you know, quick scoping montage. I want to see the lens flares and everything. BCO is going to be ready for it. He lands one. There it is. There's the first down. Goes Voxic. Pre-nades over on towards the angle. He knows that 300 are going to be moving through, but they slow it down for the time being as he does go for the reposition. Phase 6 is going to continue to close. Most teams are going to be in, but it's going to be head kick looking to try and get aggressive over on towards this position. Beastio just chilling for the time being. Head kick has a lot to clear here, and 300 have a lot on the line, honestly. Look, 12 kills so far this game after going out super early in the last one. See if Good God are going to be able to clean up any more. Head kick goes down, but it's Later that finds the trade over on towards Beastio. Down go Good God out in 5th as we're into our final 4 teams right here, Rude. And I gotta say, it's a little surprising to see, you know, this early on, so few players remaining. But I guess when you take that high ground into account, it's quite understandable.
Yeah, and look at the terrain of this circle left. There's maybe 50% of this circle that's just unoccupied right here. Just because you can't play it. It's just a flat hillside, very little in terms of trees and cover to be using, so nobody wants to play there. It's just unusable terrain that teams aren't taking into account, so not going to be going into it just yet. They're going to be waiting, biding their time for, the back to be clear for it more so than anything else. Obviously down to our final 4 teams, looking at them, 300 still 4 strong, somehow up against the onslaught of Good God kept 4 people alive, chaining those reses like madmen, able to make it happen. Eternity, 3 people strong. They need to push in on the south side up against Kingdom Esports. Code Miko finds a quick, not quick flush. That soup going down instantly. That would have been a lovely entry for Eternity to get into this circle, but now they have an even more difficult time up ahead. 4 versus 4 and a 2 versus 2 remaining. Of course, all those squads are going to be in and around one another. But once again, look who we find ourselves in the top 4 with here, Chunks. It's Ad Astra.
Yeah, Ad Astra, look, they're not one of those teams that have been able to pick up serious frags. I think they realize, look, their fragging ability might be lacking a little bit, so they are just going for that placement more than anything, and we've seen it work twice now. Now into the top 4, it's going to be an impressive one, even with 2 kills. I'm not sure whether they're really going to stand a chance of being able to make it into that top 4, but you know what? At least they're not giving up hope. They're still holding on for everything they can, as Junbi now actually going to be opening up on towards Voxic here. 300 going to be losing 1. But I think the revive likely going to come out as 300. They have the high ground, but they don't really have the zone right here.
They need to try and make their way in. It looks like Neff has got a little bit of a plateau, maybe a hillside that they can try and play from. You can see the 300 were trying to make that push onto the northern side of that hill there, the northern side of the circle, but it's just too difficult to get off of that hill with Kingdom looking their way. They're going to stay up here, bide their time at the edge of the circle right now. Kingdom occupying the compound, Eternity occupying the west, and Sartus doing whatever he can to try and occupy just a slither of the zone that is just safe enough.
300, they're still opening up shots as Eternity have a really rough push ahead of them right now. Junbi going to be opening up with that mini to try and make something happen, but Kingdom are just absolutely posted up over in the center right here. Junbi with the mini. Tries to land the headshot over on towards Later. Not going to be able to find it just yet as 300, the zone, it'll move up towards them. They got to be looking strong in a position like this, but I mean, still, they might just have to crest down this ridge out into the open, and you got to feel like Kingdom might just have the advantage there.
With this circle, they've still got a big building inside the circle, right? They've got that little priority area that they can play from, and even when Phase 8 starts to move as well, they're going to be able to stay in there for a little bit of time before that start comes fully on out. Eternity have got a difficult task ahead of them. They've got to make this push either into the compound or into Ad Astra and the position that 300 are also holding. That northern ridge going to become pretty important here, as looks like 300 have made their way off. Sartas just waiting, biding his time as much as possible, as you said, playing the placement game here. But you can see 300 swarming over. They have a very difficult time ahead of him, and head kick doesn't miss those 15 kills right now for 300. There's 6 more on the board. Can they drop a 20 bomb?
I'm feeling like it could happen, but I mean, the low ground, it's not ideal to be playing out of here, especially now that SKZ going to be able to spot out one. He's looking to try and find an angle. Miko going for the heal, also spotting out Later right now, but can't quite find the headshot. The body will do for the time being, as it's Neferhor that gets the trade over on towards Junbi, leaving only 1 left up now. For Eternity, it's Vexel. He's going for the res, but Nate's going to be coming through. They're certainly close. The zone going to be on his back. Junbi getting flushed out. Vexel caught with the Molotov. As the zone now closes in, there it is. Down go Vexel, down goes Eternity. But Kingdom, look, they've made it in with very good positioning, but they have not relented in terms of kills right here. Sure, 300, they're stealing the show with 16 so far. But Kingdom right now, let's not forget the fact that they've got 7 kills in realistically what is a very hard position to be able to frag out of, just because the lack of sight, really.
You're quite right here. They've done a very good job from this compound, and whoever takes this game here is going to be very happy, right? Regardless, we're going to be looking about half of the lobby killed between almost just these 2 teams themselves. So, going out on this win right here, Kingdom Esports coming into the game, we're not inside our top 4, 12th place coming in. They need this as a game to make the statement, to try and challenge for that Final 4 in the dying sets of games right here. 300 were hot dropped in the previous game. They're going to be looking to try and find something here to set themselves back inside firmly of that top 4. SKZ opens up, doesn't quite find the knock just yet. And now, very tense times ahead because 300, this could be the game that they need to push themselves right into that top 4.
Let's not forget right now as well, Neferhor only got 35 bullets to work with in this barrel. This is going to be a rough one for them. Headkick needs to try and get over there, try and drop him something, but it doesn't look like that's the priority right now as Later going to be opening up. SKZ pops up over the top. We'll be able to get the knock over on towards him now as Kingdom. They have the player advantage. I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough, but now as Voxic goes down, it's looking more and more promising right here for them as 300 down to just 2 players left up. It's really not ideal. Neferhor tries his best to pop up as him and Headkick are the 2 remaining players. SKZ, he pops up, down goes Neff, down goes Headkick, and 300 even after a dominant performance, it's not going to be enough, and there it is, Kingdom Esports, 11 kills and a chicken dinner. That is the kind of game that this squad needed right now, Rude.
That is perfect for them. They get themselves 21 points out of the game. They're going to be rocketing themselves up the leaderboard and closer to that top 4 spot. The end of Miramar for everyone here tonight. That was, a beautiful set of games out on those ridges and dips. We got to see maps just pretty much across the entirety of it, right? We had 2 south ones, 1 decently north circle as well, and different teams showing up in different situations right there. A wonderful game for 300. I'm still going to say that was a statement that they came out off the back of being hot dropped in the previous one. They say, hey, you know what? This is our time now. We need to come up huge. And remember, they got the circle in the first phase, right? And they took it absolutely by storm. Ending a game with 16 kills, win or not, is an absolute boatload of points. Netting themselves 22 points out of this game as well. They're going to be more than happy, as are our victors.
I gotta say, considering we're only halfway through the night, it's been a whole lot of action. We've got 3 more games coming up in just a couple minutes. It's going to be a wrangle. Be sure to stick around. We'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back a little bit quicker than I expected. It is game number 4 of the evening. My name is Chunks. I'm joined by the one and only Rude Dude. I'm Rude. What a set of games to start off the evening. 3 Miramars packed with action. Huge kills coming out from so many teams. Anything you're super excited for here going into a wrangle?
300 versus Spicy Fish strikes to me immediately as something that I want to be seeing. Let's see if that action continues and if Spicy Fish are looking to try and sort of end the reign of terror that 300 played across from that final game that we've just seen here. Yes, you know, they didn't end up winning it, but 16 kills is a formidable tally by any metric. A quarter of the lobby dealt with by a single team is definitely something worth mentioning, worth taking note of. And obviously, you know, they're going to be looking to try and continue that here. I think that the leaderboard shaping up as it is definitely going to make for an interesting final 3 games to go.
I mean, you mentioned the leaderboard. Let's just take a look at how things are looking right now. Spicy Fish, wow, what a shocker. They're out in first. Wow, it's
when did that happen?
Such a close one. They're only 50 points ahead of second. Wow. But I got to say, look at this. 300, even with Spicy Fish just pretty much W-keying them constantly. I mean, you know, Spicy Fish have already kind of admitted, look, we're just going to push these guys every opportunity we get. Still, 3rd place and only 2 points behind second. So, you know what? You got to feel like 300, even with an absolute wrecking crew of Spicy Fish, they might just be able to pull this off. But still, 3 more games left to go. What are we thinking here, Rude?
It looks like they could very well get away with this one, to be honest. I think 300 have still got a very real possibility at making it on through. Need to, of course, make sure that they're not getting caught up by any of those teams down in the bottom 4 or outside of that top 4. And for the most part, we've seen our top 3 teams each have a pretty standout game. You know, Spicy Fish had a big Miramar one where they almost, or they really got stolen a win away from by Ad Astra. There's obviously 300 just off the back of that 16-kill game. Lethal Association started off the day with a really big Miramar game of their own, and they've been consistently picking up kills in games to keep themselves nicely within that top 4. We're really just looking at Orion now coming in from yesterday, who were our team that, you know, we're sort of in that top 4 spot that we were hoping to maybe continue that sort of success. A team that, you know, you might know, Tilt Town were in our top 4 coming into tonight. They've slipped all the way down to 11th here. There's still enough time to try and claw that back. You know, the difference between 44 and 63 is a 9-kill win, essentially. So there's no way that you can say, hey, Tilt Town, they're out, they're unlucky, they're finished. But it needs to start coming, and it needs to start coming soon.
Let's take a look over at this fight real quick. Wrath for Spicy Fish going to be landing very dangerously close to Epic Flank. And I see that circle, and I see a very, very rough time ahead for a lot of these squads.
As do I, and you know, you're looking at teams that want to make it over to the military island. It's pretty much everybody save for, once again, one of our top teams, Lethal Association, and then also Kingdom down just on the eastern side there over toward Novorepnoy. But look who we're in one of the best positions to prevent anybody from making it across that bridge. It is going to be Spicy Fish on that mill to loot path that they've got, going to be able to keep people nice and, well, I'll say nice and outside of the circle. As for 300, where they've ended up looting, they're going to be on the north side of Rozhok. Not really in any sort of jeopardy just yet, but obviously making it into this circle going to be a pretty difficult task here. Expecting to see potentially some boats coming on through, and those ferries that as well can take you across from the circle to, or from outside the circle over to said circle. Definitely going to be pretty worthwhile keeping tracks on who is making their rotations and more so how they're doing it.
I mean, Rude, I gotta ask you here, all right? Boomers absolutely posted up over on the bridge. Are we gonna see a bit of a bridge camp come out? Do you feel like that might be the play for them here? Because honestly, like, they're in that position where they need to go for kills. They need to try something new. I think a bridge camp, honestly, might just be the best way to go about it.
And I think that this is the type of game where sitting in the center, you're not going to get anything. Typically with these military zones, there is so much action on the edge, and the teams that take center very early on, they more so shoot people away. They don't necessarily pick up too many knocks and flushes. So that bridge camp that you're talking about here, I would actually just love to see come on out, keeping people off of their island and making sure that that bridge is inaccessible to the majority of squads.
Look at this right here, though. In balance, they send Bone in. Esteban going to be up at the top here for Kingdom. And Spicy Fish, look, they are just feeling so confident right now. They are giving chase. Uncivil just sending it down the hill in the car. Sharp shot on Keenan in the backside as well. Going to look to try and find an angle. And Spicy Fish, they just don't care at this point. They've got themselves that first place pretty much in the bag. There's no one going to really be testing them for it. So now they're just going to have some fun with this. Keenan going to be aware as Uncivil opens up over on towards SKZ. Esteban going to be getting pinned down a little bit now. SLR shot's going to be coming out here from Keenan. He's taking Esteban down low. One more bullet might just do the job, and he is at the very last second going to be able to find it. Code Miko working around the back as best as possible. As Roth, he's still a long way away from the rest of the squad, so he needs to try and group up to provide some support, which appears to be the case right now. Miko going to be getting spotted out as Keenan, Iron Sights AK, no bullets left, is going to be able to pick up the knock on towards him. Lucid now looking to try and get the revive off, and Spicy Fish, this is just a huge flex coming out from them if I've ever seen one.
How is Uncivil still alive? How have they just let that happen, right? You see Spicy Fish in the kill feed, you get a knock on them, you run over the knock and you don't flush it. I mean, Spicy Fish are going to be counting their lucky stars right now that they've opted into keeping 4 people alive for them, because, you know, their objective so far has been take down 300. Obviously, trying to search for it, they're going to recognize pretty much immediately that this isn't 300. You know, the second that they sort of grouped up as 4 people, Kingdom looked like they were going to be in a decent position to try and keep themselves safe. As it then transpired, that was the exact opposite of what happened. A really nice little fight comes through from the Spicy Fish squad, and they are able to pick themselves up 1, potentially 2 kills should Esteban continue to bleed out. Not sure if they're circling like sharks in the water or if they're circling as though they're trying to leave and keep people at arm's bay.
Oh no. Oh no, the 2 teams we focused in on, 300 and Spicy Fish, each going to be taking an engagement. 300, they managed to pick up the kill out of it, but with head kick knocked now, you got to be a little bit concerned for them, because just look how far they are outside of circle right here.
This is an absolute brawl going on right now. The fact that they're taking fights at crossroads when this is a very hard, decidedly military zone here. There's 0 chance this one comes back up to the north. And that's a confirmed Redude start for you right there. You're going to have to wait, make sure though, because this is another team that we've been sort of keeping our eye on at Astra with the sort of weaker fragging power, finally finding themselves some knocks. This is a fight against Imbalance. Gapzuno inside the shed right here, holding out against Acro. Running out in the open, gets turned on though, and that is Gapzuno getting his maker. Goes down in an instant, and Acro absolutely beams in.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
Acro, yep, sure. I'm just kind of in shock at that. That's got a sting right there for Gapzuno, but Acro, it feels like a player that, you know, it took a little break from comp, honestly. Back now, and with a vengeance. What an absolute flick coming out there to be able to clean it up. Now, you got to be a little bit worried right now if you're Sneaky Ninja. Sure, the rest of the squad is still standing, but they're standing nowhere near you. All the way down to the southwest here. Sneaky Ninja up against Epic Flank, and not sure whether he has the info. He does drop down. Badger might be aware of this. Yeah, Epic Flank, they're going to open up. Badger, M249, can he finish off the job? It's looking kind of promising right now. There it is. Out it comes. Sneaky Ninja. Not so sneaky after all. Epic Flank, they're going to be able to hear him. They pick up pretty easy kill point right there.
Well, we'd have to go back and see how Epic Flank made their way in there, because it almost certainly must have been them silencing off the hill to make it into those barracks like that. There's absolutely no chance that.
But I mean, he saw the Dacia.
That could have been his. Could have been his. Is all I'll say.
I don't know. I mean, you know what? It happens. Every team has bad games. Every player makes misplays, but unfortunate right there. As now, you know what? Let's take a look over at 300 yet again. Taking yet another pretty unnecessary fight, but I mean, it's paying off for them right now. They already took down Vexel as Neff going to be going for a seat swap here. He is ready for it. Head kick. Doing the same later, able to get the flush over on towards Vexel as 300. They are just getting ready to absolutely send it. And I think that Neff, he spots out Soup, by the way, over in the buggy. He's going to go for the mini shots, but we spoke yesterday that 2x, it's no good unless your face is up against that monitor.
unable to find those connections. 300, the good thing, the more time they spend in the blue, the less time they spend trying to fight up against Spicy Fish. Something that is worth, quick little tidbits of that they're going to be in at least a safe enough position. The blue deals very reliable but very consistently low damage in these early stages. Very easy to try and predict and keep yourself boosted up through them, so you're more than capable of keeping yourself at arm's bay. Now over on this eastern bridge, though, we've got about 3 teams trying to make themselves across. TrueSight are already ahead. Rise Esports are taking shots at Good God, who are sort of in the middle here of this bridge cross right now. Chill are looking for these shots with the mini. Duality's already taken one down here. That was a bit ahead of them. That was indeed going to be Good God, but now TrueSight, they've already taken a casualty, but they've posted up on the other side right here. Looking like they maybe want a bit of vengeance.
Berry, he goes for the spray. It isn't going to work out, but the pre-nade landed a decent amount of damage over on towards Good God. They've still got 2 more players left to make the cross, but the seat swap not going to be paying off here. Berry, he's caught in the head. He's going to be tagged up low. As Good God, they're just going for the drive-bys. Duality manages to land one on towards Berry, but it's Vazormox with the headshot, able to get the trade on towards it. BCO with a nice little one tap does land one over on towards the enemy, but it's not going to be enough. It's TrueSight now. They need to try and get the revives off. The smoke, the only real form of cover. And let's not forget, Rise Esports up on the northern side still have to make the cross. They could absolutely punish onto this, or they could just go for the long rotate round to the west, which I'm not sure they're actually going to go for the boatate here.
Yeah, they're going to look for something toward the east, see if they can find a boat in the way in. Circle shifts, goes hard to the east right now. Teams actually like Orion going to be very much favoured for this one, and all of these teams fighting out on the eastern bridge sort of a little bit more warranted now. They don't have to go all that far to make their way into the second circle that has shown itself. TrueSight have to try and make their way through. Good God as well, down to 3 players. Now, just lurking on the edge of the blue. They're not quite made their way in just yet, but as we'd mentioned, finding somewhere safe in this circle. Should they go now? Probably wouldn't be all that difficult. Places just off the top of Observatory going to be free. The bunkers are still free for the time being. For those shots on rotation, though, Divine Legit with the M4, not able to find that long distance M4 spray.
Kratio at the last possible second lands the SLR, going to be able to take down Zulmox. Divine Legit finishing off the job here. Good job. Good God, I should say. Going to do a very good job of cleaning up as TrueSight now with only 2 players left in. Sure, they make it into circle, but at what cost? There is next to nothing to play. And just take a look over at this western bridge right now. Things are looking spicy, as it's going to be the Spicy Fish setting up a bridge camp, because when you're in first place in the way that they are, why wouldn't you?
Keeping everybody at bay. They've got Tilt Town on the northern side of this bridge. 300 still to make their way across. Eternity are going even further into the blue to try and find maybe a boat out by Primorsk, something along those lines. Got I like your Kutji waiting for the ferry, and Spicy Fish just keeping everybody at bay right now. They're trying their darnest to make sure that they're able to find 300. They have no idea where they are in the circle, right? The knocks that 300 got earlier will have been so far away, they'll have just seen that 300 got a couple of kills. They won't have a clue where they are, and as soon as they see them on this kill feed on the northern side, they're going to be more than aware, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for a hard push over the bridge into the blue to try and deny this one.
Savage with the Bison. You love to see it, but it's going to be a bit of a risky one, though. At the range like this, and now with 300 moving in, you got to be cautious. The question is, all right, let's think about this right now. Spicy Fish, are they going to be able to hear the shots? Maybe. Can they see the names in the kill feed? Definitely. Are they going to be able to link them together? Well, that's another maybe. Let's see if 300 are going to be able to make something happen here. With only 2 players left up, they've got to try and make a final stand. And honestly, Tilt Town are posted up to try and hold them out, as Phase 2 is going to continue to close later, trying his best to stick the res over on towards Head Kick. But I mean, Savage is in such a strong position on the high ground. The rest of the squad all the way over at the crossroads. I mean, this isn't ideal here. Neff going to do what he can to try and find an angle, as he does spot Boppoli over on the push. Him and Savage going to be moving in. Head Kick going for the heal, but it's not quite going to work out. Frag Grenade comes up over on towards Lader. It's certainly looking close. I don't think Lader's going to be aware of it. He's taken down by the nade walks right over the top. Head Kick now, the final player making a stand for 300, down to no HP. And he's caught with the flash. Out he goes. Neff for Horde, the final player left up here for 300. He's a little bit far. He has a tough decision to make, but honestly, in a circle like this, you just got to go for the fights.
Yeah, I mean, Spicy Fish, right? We asked, would they come across the bridge to try and take this fight? The answer is simply no, because they can see Tilt Town are just ripping them to shreds themselves. Remember, this Spicy Fish's objective so far has been make sure that 300 die. And if Tilt Town are doing that job for them, they don't need to put themselves in any extra jeopardy. Now, on the eastern side, this is going to be that continuation of the teams that made longer rotates into the circle. Orion up against Rise Esports. Orion, remember, are one of our teams inside the top 4, but yet to make themselves a good game in day number 2. They open up this one, though, with Tadine finding a nice knock onto Chiller, and now looking to get a little bit more aggressive with it. Was Uppy at the rock, looking for those connections, unable to find the knock on either side, but the rest of the team pushing in from the north.
Skaz and Zin both working round to the side, doing what they can to try and find an angle on towards Wazupi. But Tadine, he finds the headshot. Now is the opportunity for Orion to push. As the nades flashes, they're all going to be coming out, and it's Skaz that finds the frag. Down go Rise Esports, but taking a look over at this circle now, they still have a bit of a way to go.
Yeah, the east shift off of circle 2, west shift coming through for circle 3. There's still a fair bit of water in this zone, so the teams are going to be very much anticipating a northern shift. Just on the north side of this bridge as well, this is going to be Tilt Town taking names right here. 5 kills already, still very much alive with 4 people. But remember, there are still Spicy Fishes at the other end of the bridge right now, and Neff finally finds his time to strike, just biding as much time as possible. 5 bandages left, but he's got himself 2 knocks. Looking for just the fight up against Andresito here. Still, for the time being, Zone dishing out 2 damage per tick right here. He's got himself boosted up, trying to get himself a little bit more HP. And Spicy Fish on the other side are taking chunks out of Tilt Town, as Andresito able to clutch up, able to find that flush onto Neff, and might be able to get themselves a couple of reses here as well.
Multiple teams going down in this scenario. Andresito, he decides just to dip out. No, I think they take too much damage before they were able to be revived. So Andresito going to start the push. How about Spicy Fish? They've started the rotate. They are not going to hold on to this for much longer. But honestly now, I mean, let's look over at this circle. It's further down to the south. Spicy Fish still need to make it in, as does Andresito. Every other team appears to be kind of settled. But let's not forget here, huge amount of water down to the south. And look at all of this open terrain in the center.
Oh yeah, the circle's coming north. It depends, right? There's just about enough water in this circle that it can go northeast or west. So there's still, you know, a fair variance in the spray that you can get going in this circle. Mahax does look like they found Uncivil and Spicy Fish, right? The second that 300 die, they leave the bridge. But what it cost them is that placement in the circle. Honestly, it doesn't matter. But it just looks to be Boomers that are going to be reaping those rewards of Spicy Fish's aggression on the edge of the circle. They're not yet into the circle. They've still got to move their way in. It's the Boomers who've got themselves the post up and looking to try and stop them from making it.
So Sharp, he's managed to get the knock on towards Snorlax. Let's see if he can maybe make a bit more happen right now. And Flashbang will come over on towards Keenan's positions. Boomers appear to be aware that there is going to be a player here. But look at this, Roth. He's just absolutely sending it in without a care in the world right now. It's Sharp Shot that manages to get the knock on towards one. Flushes out Snorlax. Nade comes over the top, but Roth, he finds the knock on towards Wicked Shots. Boomers now with only 2 players left standing. They're all the way down to the south doing what they can to try and survive as the circle is going to continue closing. But look at this right here. I like your cut, G. Deciding to go for the super long ferry rotate. Blissey somehow managed to make it across to the southern island.
The rest of Adastra are going to be leaving on the north just ahead of him here. So now he's got a pretty treacherous run above him. Taking that ferry rotate in leaves you with no vehicles down on this south side. So you are going to be an on-foot gamer for the remainder of this game. I'm looking at the circle. That is a daunting prospect here. There's very little terrain in the center of this circle. You can see in the very center a slight mound that teams can play in the late game. For now, that is not an option. There will be teams surrounding you on all sides. Can't take that so early, so you need to bide your time on the edge, and then when the time is right, strike into that central position. Teams like Lethal Association, who have got themselves a nice compound, they're going to be looking pretty good as well. Epic Flank, they're only 2 members alive in their spot. They've actually got a nice 2-2 split themselves between the plains and then also the newer terrain of Erangel 2.0 just to the south of the road. You can see Tilt Town and Rosita did make it in with 6 kills. And that's going to be all that was wrote for them. Demon Rise is able to pick up that 1 kill there.
Yep, Epic Flank. They're going to be getting 1 knocked here as Spicy Fish, they send it in the M249. It doesn't quite work out. Sharp shot. Sure, he's going to be taken low, but the trade going to be coming out from Keenan right here as now. Epic flank. Or like a big split. It's now 2 of them down to the south. Just going to be playing these little shacks. Scraps of cover that they're able to make it work out of here. Kingdom are on the southeastern side. They lose SKZ. Lucid, the final player left up, but I gotta be real here. Kingdom, I think things at this point are pretty much over for them, unless they somehow manage to pick up like 2 insane chicken dinners in the final 2 games. I think their chances are kind of over. Ad Astra, however, look, with their past 2 games, things are not over for them. They're still trying to close things up. They're gonna be able to pick up an extra kill point right there. Lucid gonna be going down. A sharp shot now from Spicy Fish, gonna be able to get the flush over on towards one player from Epic flank.
Securing themselves that one nice and quickly. Spicy Fish making their way in on the northwest here with looking to see how Blissy's going on. He's still managing to keep himself alive, moseying along on these rocks. Did, of course, hear that fight between Kingdom and Ad Astra. Kingdom, actually, off the back of their big Miramar win, are fairly close to that top 4. So, you know, a bad game here, but, you know, still that chance with a couple of decent points coming out. There's a slither opportunity for them to make it on through. Ad Astra, with these extra kill points here, they've been doing pretty well this game. Probably got themselves a couple of frags already on top of those 2 that we've just seen. Blissy, though, has got the ball action, has got the opportunity to find the one knock done. But unfortunately, getting shot in the sides and getting shot from shooter, Ad Astra managed to pick themselves up another kill point.
Well played there from Blissy to be able to make it in, but it's not quite going to work out as Phase 5 about to pop. Just a couple seconds. We see Demon Rises opening up. We'll see how the circle ends up shifting. It's going to kind of donut here. No real surprises there, but all these teams on the northern side are going to have a pretty rough time ahead of them right now because look at all this open terrain. And, I mean, Boomers, they're already getting opened up on right here as Keenan and Roth just going to be going in for the send. They know there's going to be one here. But it's going to be Roth that cleans it up. There it is. Boomers out in 9th. The Spicy Fish, 8 kills and into the top 8. They are not looking to slow down anytime soon.
And whether it's the center of Circle 1 or the blue in Phase 3, Spicy Fish always able to deliver, giving kills out left, right, and center, or rather taking kills, more so than giving them away here. Only dropped 1 member so far, and Uncivil, obviously, he was playing on borrowed time after the first knock outside the edge of Novorepno here. Dialift inside this compound for Lethal Association. They are still inside this new zone. They can have themselves a lot of terrain, or rather a lot of real estate to be playing out of, and with that, they should be able to try and at least find themselves some decent kills. They've got, obviously, Ad Astra needed to move their way in on the south. Orion need to move their way in on the east. And we're seeing True Sight also looking to take a fight up against Good Godders. Orion, they look to make their send now. The terrain available ahead of them, not all that great, but they look like they're trying to charge and maybe trying to take the spot that Ad Astra are going for as well.
Seat swaps. Not quite working out as it's going to be Sarters with the 2K on towards Orion. Dirty's in. Final player left up. He's got himself the barrel. Trying to make it work. Sprays through the bush, but no one to be found. Shooter returns the fire. Dirty's in. Runs out of ammo. There it is. Orion down in 8th. That Astra, they're going to be able to survive. Can Socio maybe make something happen here? It's not looking promising. Gizmac up in the 1v1. Up against time. The Beastio as he throws down the Molotov on towards the tower. It can't quite connect just yet, but now it finally will. 1 or 2 more bullets will finish off the job, but Gizmac, he realizes he can't really push out of this because he knows that, you know, Demon Rises over on the west are going to third party, and there it is. The third party comes out. Down goes Chris, but Gizmac, 0 bullets out. He needs to try and loot up this body now.
Either loot up or try and switch out those weapons, and unfortunately driving a vehicle with a couple tires out just set you up to be headshot. God's able to find that one there. Demon rises up to 6 kills. They have themselves the entirety of this small portion of military base inside the circle to play for themselves. Looks like they'll also be able to move into that eastern side that they've just cleared out. Look who's making a play again here, Spicy Fish. They've taken down 2 of Epic flank previously. They're now looking to take another 2. Sharp Shot rolls up in the M4. UAS ready to go. Spicy Roth, though, does go down. Slowjack's finding something extra. Keenan's peeks out on the right-hand side. Manages to take down Noel, looking for the second, and does so. Spicy Fish, they lose 1, but now they're sat with 11 kills.
Beautiful crash coming out there from Spicy Fish. They are just playing textbook We don't care anymore. Let's just send it, PUBG. So the circle is going to donut. No real surprises there. Spicy Fish just looking so strong in this current position, as now we're into our top 4 teams already. Feels like it's been a very quick game, and that's because we're only in phase 6. The circle will continue to move, and realistically, when we take a look at teams that need to move, Lethal Association going to be the only one, but I mean, just look at this yet again. The Orm just doing so much damage. Socio going to be able to get a knock, and I think that's the cue for the push to come out and run towards that Astra now.
You can definitely anticipate this one here. I would love to see them just try and drive through these smokes here. Probably not the safest play to be going for, and almost certainly not going to pan out quite so successfully as I might have hoped for in my public games. Here comes Sociopath with the utility trying to be used over the top. The rest of the team not particularly in a position to help on out right now. He's playing this one pretty much solo, with the utility going up. He's not really found anything from it just yet. Now decides he's going to have to smoke up and try and keep himself a little bit safe. But look at Dialect. If he's able to find himself a little post up for the time being, this could be a huge flank. Smokes will need to go down, and they will need to keep themselves safe, or just post up and absolutely beam him the second he peeks out on the right side of the shack right there.
Demon Rises, they're making a push over on towards Keenan as well, so Sop on board with Sharp Shot as he's going to try and make a final stand. Takes Chris down low, going to be able to take down one, followed by a second now. Chris and Mike Terror both going to be getting eliminated. It's Wenko and 73 Gods here to make final stand. Sharp Shot, he's going to be able to hear them, but it's not going to be enough. Down goes Spicy Fish, finally being shut down over in 4th place, but let's hop back on board with Lethal Association as they try to get him further and further. Slapped and Dialith playing off to the side, and it just feels like it hasn't worked in the way they were maybe hoping to. But a slap lands a nade over on towards Real From and Astra. It's Sociopath that fires the second. He drops down low as he's knocked by Sartus. Dialith from range going to be able to take down one, but there it is. Slapped moving round the back. The sneaky snake coming out big, and Lethal Association their 5th kill of the game. But let's not forget right now, Demon Rises, they're still in as a 3-man. They've seen this in the kill feed. They want to start pushing, but just look at all this open terrain between these two teams.
Yeah, stepping over that, not going to be too easy for Demon Rises, and really wisely, Slapped immediately looks off to the north, makes sure that the push doesn't come through, right? It's very realistic that a team would want to take the advantage in a 2 versus 3 situation, but you know, Demon Rises, they hold their line. They're not going to go for it just yet, and quite wisely, Lethal Association, they're going to be able to get themselves back up to 3. This circle that's about to lock here in 10 seconds could very easily decide the game here, because one of these teams could very well lose their cover, and whoever does that is going to have to expend all their utility, all of their resources to keep themselves safe. Circle closes, it's another donut here, Chunks. Both of the teams still have a circle to play from.
Problem is, however, look at this play from Demon Rises. They are flanking around the side. They are doing everything they can to try and get the advantage here. But honestly, I mean, I think they're expecting Lethal Association to be way more flex than they actually are. Now, you know, as one player will be taking the vehicle, 73 Gods, maybe going to have the info here. That die lift is still standing. But let's not forget, though, the drop has just come down here for Demon Rises. Wenko could theoretically get over towards that as 73 Gods, watching out as best as possible. Slapped, potentially going to be looking to try and find one. But for the time being, we might just have a bit of a stalemate unless die lift is able to make something happen.
A little bit of time before the circle begins to close. Looks like Dialift is becoming a little bit aware, right? This potential just garnering of information. Sociopath is flexing very far to the north, and he's going to see that people aren't inside the wreckage of those vehicles. And then that sort of draws the questions of, hey, well, if they're not here, where are they? Dialift, now going to find out. That's going to be the open up coming on through. My Terror looks for the shots, doesn't quite find a knock, but a nade in hand. The utility trying to come through, takes him down to about half HP here. Inside the smoke, should be able to get that med off. Look at this, though, the immediate push through from My Terror. This is going to be a very indicative 1 versus 1. Either the anchor point for Lethal Association goes down, or the push from Demon Rises falters immediately.
Now, Demon Rises, they're doing what they can to try and push through as the third party going to be coming in from range. Dialift takes down Mike Terror. It's now only 2 players left up here for Demon Rises, doing what they can to try and survive, but it ain't looking too promising. Wenko all the way round to the north, doing what he can to try and lay down some cover, but it just ain't looking too promising right now here for Demon Rises. As now, 73 Gods absolutely pinned up by Dialift. It wouldn't surprise me to see a nade come out. That's going to be the case. Down goes 73 Gods. 1 player left up. It's Wenko. He's up in a very rough situation with Lethal Association moving in from all sorts of different angles. Dialift gonna come round the back to try and get the angle. It's slapped, however, that opens up with the kill. There it is, Sociopath wrapping up Lethal Association. 8 kills and a chicken dinner to start off a wrangle.
Oh, and they play that game to a T right there. They are the team that loot Military Island, right? Whenever you get a circle like that, you always look to your melee-based team to be the one to win it. They take themselves the compound just south of the main military platform. They're able to take it. They keep themselves nice and safe in there. They only really have they only have 1 kill coming out of the compound, and they take down the 2 most important teams in the endgame. They take down Adastra as a 4-man on that ridge. They take down the other Demon Rises there as they are just lurking in and around. They're able to pick up those final 7 kills, net themselves a nice little 8-kill win. It's a very strong position to put themselves in, and as a second place team, getting yourselves 18 points right there pretty much cements you here as one of our top 4 teams. And you know, those slots chunks, they're going thick and fast.
Yeah, it is getting tougher and tougher now. Realistically, there's only 4 slots up to play for. One of those has already been taken away by Spicy Fish. There's the potential that Lethal Association just absolutely throw in our final 2 games, and the gap can maybe get closed. But I think it's fair to say, no matter what, the last couple games, they're going to be close, and it's really anyone's game to play for. As I mean, we're going to be back in just a couple minutes with game number 5 of the evening. Stick around for the ESL Masters Americas Qualifiers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is that time again, back here on Erangel. My name is Chunks. I'm joined by the one and only Rude Dude. And Rude, first Erangel is down. What are your thoughts after that one?
Military Circle is our first one that we've got. It was nice to see Lethal Association take the game, really, you know, coming out of military base. You know, we're expecting them to have a decent game from it. Taking the victory is about as good as you can ask for from them. And of course, we have to just keep mentioning the fact that we have that sort of vendetta of Spicy Fish and 300. The fact that 300 died in the blue zone, it sort of cost Spicy Fish a little bit of positioning in the early stages, but we got to see their caliber, their class, as they just came out and they were still able to take themselves a position very easily in the top 4 with an absolute ton of kills as well.
Yep, should we take a look how that affects the standings, though? As Spicy Fish, no surprise, is still out in first. But Rude, the real question is now, me and you have a bit of a side bet going on here. They're going to be able to pass 200 points?
I'm feeling pretty good about my no here, Chunks. I'm not going to lie to you.
No faith.
57 points in 2 games. It's doable. It's doable, especially for Spicy Fish. You know, it's effectively a 19 and an 18 kill win. Now, that is a tremendous ask for any team, right? But I feel like if anyone was going to do it, it'd be Spicy Fish.
You know what? Let's put it to the test. Erangel, game number 2 of the evening. It's the ESL Masters America's Qualifiers. Let's take a look over at the map.
For those of you out there looking for potential for more Sosnovka circles, this one has that opportunity. Recently, of course, there have been a few more military circles that are ending toward Novorepnoy over on that eastern side. A little bit different from what we just got to see as opposed on the far south side. But, you know, still a very real possibility that we get something over by Milta Power potentially. Or, of course, that we just see something very traditional, very central, sort of reminiscing from our first set of Erangel games from yesterday, where the first circle was a very central one and nearing around, you know, Ruins area and the mini Pachinki spots as well. Now, of course, with that plane already up in the air, we need to keep track of whether 300 have successfully evaded Spicy Fish. It looks as though in Erangel, they're going to just be looking to take their own loot spot and then maybe hunt them a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, Spicy Fish just going with the standard Milta loot spot. We'll see if they do end up fighting again, as 300 going to be going all the way over towards Ruins, which, I mean, it could cause some issues here, because look how many squads already land around this position, Rude.
Yeah, Boomer's nearby on their south side, Tilt Town 2. And they've also got Good God as well, looking to maybe try and steal away some vehicles heading into toward northern Georgia Pole. Looks like, you know, with these sort of fairly close proximity flying, they're going to be aware at least of everybody's position. Whether or not they're going to do anything about it still remains to be seen. But with these, you know, new parachutes that we get to see, you can float for a fair distance, and they might well be able to just make it into crates, make it into some sort of looting destination. I know that Voxic, though, he's sort of under fire right now, and you can see there on the map, you actually see Beastio trying to force Latter off. Does exactly that, and now the rest of 300, this is going to be a pretty difficult opening for them.
Yep, later just having to move away in the parachute now, just running out in the open Vox all the way over to the north. Not going to be an ideal position either, but I mean, 300, we saw what they made happen out of Cube Compound earlier. Let's see if maybe, you know, today they can carry over that momentum. I think they ended up crashing this yesterday and were able to do like a bunch of damage out of it, so it wouldn't be surprising to see them, you know, hold out some teams. But honestly, with the circle like this, I don't see how likely that is. It's going to be pretty much chopsticks ending if anyone had to take just a guess off of phase 1. So I think a lot of teams going to be playing for that, playing for the hills, maybe to the southern side. Potentially even going to see, you know, a team go for that super strong compound just north of Ferry Pier.
You're quite right. You know, that does open you up to having the majority of that field at your mercy. If you're able to get on top of one of those roofs down there, you can definitely put out a bunch of damage. You can already see Boomers, they're the ones that are starting to try and take real estate in and around that area. D-Stem has already made his way into a compound that's just a little bit further to the north of the one that you'd already highlighted. The rest of his team, Snorlax, Nahax, looting Gatka, Wicked Shots as well, just to the south of Everest. They've got a lot of chance to take very prime locations in this circle. As well as I like it cut G there, it looting in and around Pachinki, so they've obviously got pretty free rotations. Similarly, Rise Esports as well. They're probably going to slot into that compound round you highlighted, or potentially try and take something off of Boomers if they do their scouting and do it well enough. Going to highlight the fact that there's probably only one member in there for the time being, and maybe, just maybe, try and steal away a couple of kills.
All right, Rude. I want to kind of take a deep dive onto a team here that we've spoken about a little bit. They're on the cusp right now, and they have just so much potential. It's going to be Orion. They've shown sparks of life, but is it going to be enough? They've had strong games, but they just haven't been able to consistently perform in the way I would have hoped. You know, they've had some really good games. They've had some not so great games, but it just feels like it's been very hit or miss. I think Orion's problem right now is, look, they're a really stacked roster. They have so many amazing players on this team, but it might just be down to that consistency factor. And you've got to bear in mind now, look, we are currently in the road to PGC. This is one of those, even though it is early on in the stages, look, ESL, that, you know, earns PGC points, so do all the PCS events. Which means that Orion now, they want to stick with this roster for the long haul. And you know what? Strong roster. They've been around the block. They should all be able to, you know, play well. We've seen, you know, Skaz and Doobie on One Eye Open back in the day. Now Tadine and Dirty's in. Both very strong squads as well. I got to wonder right here, are they going to be able to work on this consistency as a squad? Or might it just be a case of maybe an IGL issue where, you know, we have it a lot of the times where a team will be really strong, they'll have amazing fragging power, but the IGL is the thing that, you know, stops them from getting that consistency that they're looking for.
And with that, right, only time will tell. This is the good thing, really, about having sort of 4 stages before, or 3 stages before you get to the main event, is that you start to sort of generate the issues and you'll be able to figure it out for yourself. You know, these players are going to know what the issue is, what is the result of their lack of consistency. For the time being, it's going to be a case of whatever their issues or you know, the qualms between the team right now may be. They've got 2 games in which they need to perform, right? They are sat just on the top end of the leaderboard right here. They are inside that top 4, but they are very close to being pushed out. There are plenty of teams breathing down their necks, trying to take that spot away from them, which means that with these final 2 games here of stage number 2, they're going to be doing their absolute darnest to secure as many points as possible and keep themselves in that top 4, because like we've said, I feel like that mental factor of being the team inside the top 4 as opposed to being the team trying to break into it can have a very harboring effect on you.
Yeah, I feel like right now we probably haven't emphasized it enough. Look, 2 games left. It is everything to play for right here. Sure, it feels like, you know, it wasn't as explosive maybe we hope for, because, you know, time flies when you're having fun. We haven't really, it doesn't feel like it's the end of everything just yet. It feels like we still have a bunch of games left to go, but no, that is it. We only have 2 games left, and Spicy Fish with such a commanding lead, it's so impressive for them, and now they're going to be taking an engagement up against Kingdom. As Sharp Shot with the drive by Mini14, using the perfectly balanced seat swap mechanic, leaving only 1 play left up from Kingdom here is Code Miko. He's just got to try and salvage something.
Yep, going to drive off into the circle. Those reses are going to be at least attempted so far by Spicy Fish. It's worth noting that there is another team lurking around the corner, maybe trying to get themselves a little bit involved here. If they're able to push in and take out that shark fin area, Truesight could very well try and seal away some of these kills, pick themselves up a few little kill points here. For Truesight, probably a little too late, but the second that they sneak and sniff nearby, Gizmak gets immediately pushed back.
Gizmak, come on, dude. You should... I feel like that was a bad play right there. I feel like, honestly, you either send it or you completely move away. So, I mean, right now, he is going to be taking some shots over towards Sharp Shot. They're not really going to be landing, maybe on towards Civil. That was so close, actually. You even saw the bullet just make a little spark connecting with the roof just above Uncivil's head. But no, it's not going to work out. Truesight now still as a 4-man, but no points yet this game. Spicy Fish going to be able to grab that ferry pier. Let's take a look over towards Tilt Town now, because we always talk about this compound. What is going on here? 3 squads all on top of each other. This ends well for nobody.
Nope, you're quite right. What I want to see is just a complete hard shift away from this compound, and then the sort of banking on somewhere so early on really doesn't pay off for you if you're gonna commit to it, right? So often you'll see teams just have a place in Circle 1 that they want. If they don't get it, they're not too disheartened by it, because at the end of the day, it's kind of a point of, does Circle 1 always tell you where the center of the game is going to be? I would go as far as to say 60% of the time, even more so. Probably not. And that's why you see teams like Spicy Fish so liberal with their drive-by, so liberal with how they take their rotates, because they know that they'll be able to find somewhere to call home in any sort of circle that comes on through. They're now looking for the rest of this being Demon Rises here, trying to find out some shots, or rather True Sight indeed, trying to get the little bit of vengeance for what they tried to put down on them just a little bit earlier.
I just love the way that Spicy Fish they're playing this like it's pubs right now. They have not a care in the world, the confidence here, and I mean the best part for Spicy Fish, but honestly the worst part for literally every other team, is just how well it's working out for them, because it just shows like the sheer level of skill. You know, teams, however, that are going to be annoyed by this are teams like Yukuchi, because, I mean, look, they're taking serious scrappy fights right now up against squads that, you know, aren't really at the top of the leaderboard in the way that Spicy Fish are, whereas... And they're still, you know, losing players for it, which is so rough, but it's also understandable. I think it just really highlights, though, the fact that, you know, Spicy Fish can take these fights up against squads that are just so good, and just have fun with it and seat swap and just, you know, maybe lose a player or two, but the majority of the time they're able to come out on top.
And to that point as well, looking at it, right, you know, when they're playing this sort of hard-hitting, heavy aggression style, it's so difficult for other teams to try and predict. It's not something that you come across traditionally in these competitive style of games. It is just because these guys are so far ahead, so confident with their ability, that they're able to get away with these plays that are incredibly brazen, incredibly aggressive, and obviously end up paying off there. Nice little headshots coming through from Flashy. Does put Bone down into the floor. And they'll obviously be able to get that res picked up here. Looks like Leo and Gabzuno more than happy to come in and resurrect their fallen comrade. Easily, though, need to try and make their way out of this position, or at the very least, keep themselves a little bit more safe inside those buildings, because the Circle 2 has shown itself. And fair play to Imbalance, they got themselves a pretty good spot.
Yep, you know what? You gotta give them credit where credit's due. They got themselves something to work with. As you know, all these teams working in towards Pachinki right now, they're inside circle, but it's not really as central as maybe you would hope for. I mean, Spicy Fish, I'm not really surprised that they're going for Pachinki, just so they can play this church as kind of a flex position. But you gotta worry. Look, we spoke about, you know, this tilt down, epic flank, Demon Rises compound earlier as one to keep an eye out for when the hard shifts come in, and with Pachinki being so close to the edge of circle right now, we might just see that in phase 3. So I'm definitely excited to see how this unfolds. But honestly, with Spicy Fish third party in, it wouldn't surprise me to see them pick up a couple kills on towards the compound and maybe make it easier for one of the squads.
I'm absolutely terrified of Spicy Fish being in this position. They're going to look into that compound, think that it's one team, and then they're going to look in and see 3. I mean, even they're probably not going to anticipate that one coming on out. They see 2 people leaving outside the north of the garage there. Tiltown have been able to manage to make themselves comfortably just on Pachinki Highway. Roth, though, looking out on the south side of Pachinki, trying to take some shots at Eternity as they make their way up on the hillside. Unable to get away with it just yet, and does receive a headshot for his troubles. Soup there, definitely putting down the damage and just giving himself and his team there a little bit of respite as they move their way up into a little bit more of a central high ground location.
Look at this though, Rise Esports, Lethal Association, 2 teams that have shown signs of life, and you know, Lethal Association really up there at the top right now, fighting to get into the top 4. And they are just absolutely showing why they're up there. Slap going to be able to take down a couple of them. Sociopath peeks up over the top, takes down Chiller as well. Georgiou going to be the final player left up here from Rise, doing what he can to try and survive. And as he tries to make the push, he's got himself the barrel, but he's going to be able to spot the knocked player, gets the flush on towards Sneaky Ninja right now. 2 kills so far for Rise, but it's not looking too promising, as let's be real here, Georgiou, he has to hop out over on towards this balcony, and that is already being held right now by Lethal Association, but they're a long-range shots coming in as well that's taken Sociopath down low, so it's not all over just yet. Demon Rises, they're going to be opening up as well over on towards that fight up on the northern side, but it's just going to be Chris Mollian himself, unfortunately. Now, however, Chaudhry making a final stand. Lethal Association going to try and push in. Slap going to go for the peak. He knows exactly where the player's going to be. And there it is. Headshot landed through Lethal Association. 4 kills and just really securing that position at the top of the leaderboard more and more with every passing game.
Yeah, that now sets them just 99 points, right? There's no real chance that 3 teams are able to come through and then get 99 points in total. So Lethal Association secured pretty much as our second team going on through, but Epic Flank looking to try and salvage something from the depths of the leaderboard right now. They need to try and make their way up there if at all possible. But I think it is going to be far too little too late, and down to just LoJax right now. Going to be even more incredibly difficult for him to make anything happen. We did see an unfortunate South Molotov come through from Demon Rises. That was Chris that took himself out with the Molotov there. This res is coming on through, so with the smokes up, the utility used, it has bought a little bit of time and made it so that LoJax can't push on in, use that timing to be very aggressive with the knock already down. The nade in hand looks for a bit of a play, isn't able to get it. Look who's still there, still trying to apply pressure. Looks like Spicy Fish have moved off of the church side, though. They're going to be moving in a different direction, trying to get their way toward the barn. This sort of fighting in and around the garage building might well continue. But look who's trying to come back in. Tilt Town, they left a little bit earlier to let themselves have a little bit of space, a little bit of time. But with the fight having already ensued, both Epic Flank and Demon Rises now with much weaker numbers, Tilt Town feel like they can come in and maybe mop up what had already been taken.
I mean, they've seen it in the kill feed. They have the idea. The question is, though, Tilt Town going to be able to, because there is still a gauntlet that has to be ran here, and Demon Rise is likely going to be posted up to try and hold them out. Not going to be going for it right now, though, as they are preoccupied with LoJax. The nade does land through, not going to connect on towards any players, though, as Molotov's also landing. LoJax going to use this as an opportunity to get away. Andresito appears to have heard it, though, as he's going to be keeping an eye out. He heard the footsteps from LoJax making the way out of here, as Demon Rise is just absolutely posted up. Bopperly going to try and make a push up the stairs by the looks of things, but it's going to be Savage leading the way. Molotov going to be coming out from 73 Gods, as they just want to try and deny the push as long as possible from Tilt Town here, because they know it's going to be a 4-man. We'll have to see right now. As the Molotov just in hand, nothing really working out. LoJax still across the way, going to look to try and find one through the window. So the Molotov's down. It's going to deny the push from Tilt Town. Exactly what Demon Rises were looking for, but Mike Terror, he's caught fire. He could be in a rough position, and he will be down. He goes 73 Gods now. The solo player left up here for Demon Rises. As Evil Pickle, the Molotov works out for him. Tilt Town just going to push through more and more. LoJax still holding that trigger discipline until one of them goes out on towards the balcony. 73 Gods, he dips down, out round the bottom. He's dipping out of this fight as well. Just hoping right now that they can bait out the other player, but I think LoJax is going to be aware of this as he just holds on towards this doorway at the top of the stairs.
And honestly, I'm surprised we don't see one of them hop into the vehicle and try and drive away right here. It would be pretty difficult to make it happen, but definitely gives that comical effect as 73 Gods now makes his way into the bottom floor of this priority building. It's going to be incredibly funny for Tilt Town when they realize there are still 2 teams here. If they've been keeping track of the kill feed, they should know that this is 2 solos. But if there comes a point where they get a solo, they think they're safe, and then somebody else comes in and third parties, they're going to have one heaping heck of a shock to the system. Micro Uzi picked up as well, does give them a little bit more close range combat. But look down on this southwestern side of the circle. Krayshow in the blue right now, trying to take some shots up against Orion here. They've had a pretty difficult time on this edge with shifts going away from them time and time again. For those connections, does get a tag right on back, and Skaz able to put down enough damage to keep Krayshow at bay. He's the last remaining member for Good God. He's got himself one more first aid to use, has a few bits of utility, but the headshot coming through is going to mean he goes down. Very well played from Orion. They don't get the kill point, but they keep themselves safe.
Rude. What has just happened with the circle? It pulls up to the north. Pachinki's still going to be in. I mean, we already saw one Pachinki finish. Are we going to see another one right now? As Evil Pickle going to be going down. Savage taking down one from Demon Rises in the trade. But Tilt Town now, they might just be unaware that Lojax is up here. He is playing this ever so carefully, holding on towards this doorway, knowing that players are going to have to push up sooner or later. Tilt Town, if they don't have enough loot and they try to move up a little bit further, they are going to be in big, big trouble because they are just not going to be expecting this player. And look, Boomers over on the west, they're also going to start flanking on towards this.
Yeah, they could very well come in and be that third party, but they don't want that. Slowjax, he finds the knock, he finds the flush. Andresito, unfortunately, going to be the one that goes down. Tilt Town scratching their heads at how there's still somebody in this building. It's Lata from the church that's making this fight difficult right now. Epic flank just down to this single member, surely gonna fall soon. We've now got I Like Your Cut G trying to push over. They're taking some nades, some shots, some utility usage toward Orion. Savage takes down Lojax. That was anticipated, that was expected. And finally it comes through. Orion with Dirty Zin knocked. Looks like that res isn't going to be all that easy as he was the member that was up close and personal. Whilst I Like Your Cut G, they've got a really good formation for this push. Very nicely spread along this sort of x-axis right here. Looks like Wicked Shots is helping out as well. Skaz goes down from Orion. That's a shot from the far north coming in and helping them out. This push on the eastern flank though, that's going to be Flashy. Looking to come in behind. He's right behind Doobie and Tadine. If he can get there in time, this is going to be a beautiful flank. He's not even needed. Gribbles takes down one and the second one comes through from Blizzy. It's all very well and good that you go for the flank. Actually, your team just do it for you. Now he's firing off to the north to try and keep Boomers at bay. Well, that was a very nice little engagement. And Orion, one of our teams that we talked about being on the edge, that consistency just not proving true in game number 11.
I Like Your Cut G just got 2 shotgun kills. Not 1, 2. Blissy got 1. And Gribbles got 1. You love to see it. I just, as soon as I saw that shotgun in the kill feed, I had to switch on to this fight because that is just, that, I love the fact that I Like Your Cut G are having fun with it, you know. They're not in the best position right now, but they're still having fun. I mean, I Like Your Cut G, they're going to try and flex out. Wicked Shots did manage to return some fire over towards it as Flashy going to be looking to find an angle. Imbalance opening up now on towards True Sight as Zulmok's going to be going down. Arson, the final player left up from them. Code Miko trying to make a run. Arson naded out. It's going to be Ad Astra that get the kill. Code Miko going down as well. 9 teams remaining as Imbalance. They have a bit of a way to go, and Eternity up on the top of the hill might have something to say about those shots.
No, indeed, but what they're not going to have, or what they are going to have something to say about is this circle, and what they would be saying we probably can't share on broadcast because that has gone right toward Pachinki here, opting into an eastern shift, keeping Pachinki entirely encompassed inside this circle. And Astra take the time to move in. We've already got Lethal Association with their 2 remaining members launched inside the middle of Pachinki, and 300 have got themselves a very nice distribution in and around the tier 3 building just on the western side, along with Neff up on the church, Vox as well holding anchor. Tilt Town are currently pinned inside that garage building, and so long as 300 don't get themselves in too much of a sticky situation, they should be fine. This is a fight on the edge though, and this is going to be Boomers taking the shots up against I Like Your Cut G.
That is rough. The team kill going to be coming out from Boomers there. Now with only 2 players left up, they're doing what they can to try and make a final stand. The Hax throws up the flash, but he can't quite find it through. Got the 4x AK. It's a rough beast to handle, but if you get it under your control, it can be so big. Wicked Shots, he's looking the wrong way, but I mean, unfortunately, to a certain extent, Nahak's going to be able to spot him out. Flashy able to turn around and get the kill on towards it. Wicked Shots. Final player left up. Goes for the spray. Oh, no. It's Palix with the nade. He was able to get the knock on towards Gribbles, but down go Boomers out in 9th. Just 1 away from the placement points as now. Look, we're in the top 8. Everyone's getting placement points, and this is going to be so big for a lot of these teams because just take a look over at the leaderboard. We have some of the top teams in the lobby still standing right now, and I got to say, some of them in the top half also going to be going down.
This is a really big game right now. The ending of this going to be very crucial. Ad Astra were just outside our top 4. With Orion going down, this is their chance to make it in. We've got 300 as well just lurking. They're trying to make it so that they are confirmed inside our top 4. Tilt Town lose 1 on approach. They had a good start to the series here. Best of 12. They were looking good after the first 6. It's not gone so well for them for today, and they're looking to try and salvage something in these last couple of games. For it, though, they're looking exclusively to Evil Pickle here in game number 11. For our teams on the south side right now, they are going to have a very difficult time. I like Kikuchi and Imbalance, probably not really in a position to make their way into that top 4, but whoever they end up giving these kills over to, they're going to be very, very happy to receive them, as it looks as though I like Kikuchi moving down off this hillside. Honestly, for these teams that aren't picking up the kills, they want them to go to Spicy Fish. They don't want them to be going to their competition. Spicy Fish are already far too far ahead to be trying to challenge.
Yeah, Spicy Fish is just having fun with it at this point. We saw that at the beginning of the game, and now I think they might have realized, hey, 300 is still live. We should try and, play for the win here to deny it for them. So that might just be why they're playing this comp. And as the zone about to pop in 5 seconds, we'll see how it ends up going. Junbi going to be opening up on towards Leo. Is Gabzuno going to be going down as well now? And Astra doing what they can to try and get the third party. Vexel going to be able to get the trade on towards Gabzuno as Bone's still standing. It's the final player left up from Imbalance. And what a circle as it shifts over to the northwest.
So 300 still very much inside this zone. Lethal Assertion have got themselves a good spot, and Evil Pickle should be able to snake it up pretty easily here. For the time being, Spicy Fish are still inside the zone. They can play this spawn for a little bit more time, but it will soon enough come out of the circle. Now taking shots from the south. Gribbles finds an opening there. That's sharp shot falling. And now the crash is going to come on in from the rest of the squad right now. I like Ikuchi are fully engaged in this fight right now, taking it to Spicy Fish. Our top seeded team. Latta gets one knock onto Uncivil. Roth gets himself knocked as well, and just like that, Palak's able to finish off the job, and Spicy Fish are dismantled.
That has got a sting right there if you're Spicy Fish, but honestly, up against this ridge, it's not surprising that a team is just able to full crash you. I don't think Spicy Fish were aware of it, and now that's got a sting for them, because look, 300 is still alive. Vox ain't going to be able to get a knock over on towards 1. It's really not ideal, especially now as 300, they have the zone position, so any hopes that Spicy Fish had of griefing 300 this game have pretty much gone out the window now. 300 gonna be looking strong, but they haven't got the kills we've seen in other games. Let's see if maybe they can make it happen later on in the match, as now is the time for them to start fragging, because just look at all this open terrain. Teams are going to be forced out soon enough. We are only in phase 6. There's a bit of time to go still, but I mean, it's still anyone's game to play for.
Yeah, we could see it go either hard into Pachinki or hard out of it here. The circle gods need to be in 300's favor if they're looking to try and resurrect the sort of top 4 continuation. They've got themselves a decent position to play from, and regardless of the shift, you have to imagine that they've got at least a foothold in the next circle. At Astra, they've moved in on the eastern side. Eternity as well. They were just on the edges. They were a member of the chasing pack trying to get into that top 4. There's still 2 people alive. They've had a couple of kills so far, and they can also make a bit of a game of it right here if they're enabled to do so. Currently lurking on the edge of Pachinki, they're waiting, they're biding their time, and they are going exclusively for the placement points right here. The difficult task ahead falls for I like Kikuchi. They're getting nailed by mini shots left, right, and center. They're going to have the entirety of Pachinki looking at them. It's not just Ad Astra that are finding the knocks and that are looking for it. Lethal Association, 300, they're all going to be staring at this barn. And unless they get the most beautiful hard shift, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to make any sort of move out of this building.
So Vox, he got an opening knock on towards I like Yukuchi. The flush not looking ideal right now, but as Bliss, he also got kind of scalped to a certain extent here. Vox is going to be looking to try and find another one. He just about missed the cross, so Palix is going to be down behind the wall. Vox just a little bit split in terms of its attention. The circle is going to shift over to the east, and well, a Pachinki finish. It's not ideal right here for any of these squads, but you gotta feel good if you're one of those teams that is posted up in Pachinki and still has a bit of a way to go. But look at that shot landing out from Vox. Beautiful little angle, but I mean, just look at this right now. Ad Astra, Tilt Town, Lethal Association, and Eternity all going to be inside circle. 300 just about making it in. Is Headkick going to be getting spotted out? Junbi not going to be opening up just yet, but I mean, for the time being, they should be all right. They should be relatively okay. It's only really, I like Yukuchi that have a rough time making it in here.
Yeah, they're trying to use these smokes to make their way forward, and they've made themselves a decent path here. They've got themselves a decent way through the field. Looking across, they've got plenty of utility to be using, so long as they don't waste it and so long as there aren't too many gaps. There's a very real possibility that they're able to knock on the doors of either a Lethal Association house or Ad Astra. Palex as well off the side, just absolutely battering down the hatches there. Looks for a couple of tags. Unfortunately, it's all starting to go wrong right now. Voxic finds one, that Sociopath finds another. They're down, I believe, to just one member sat in those smokes waiting, trying to bide their time. It's Blissey, who's trying to get the utility off of his team, trying to get anything that he can, keeping yourself alive for as long as possible. If you can outsurvive any other team, you're going to get yourself an extra point, but at this stage, it just looks ever so unlikely.
Real trying his best to find an angle on towards Vox, but just a little bit wide right there. Acro going to be going for the same. There it is, Blissey going down. 5 teams remaining, and taking a look over at the circle. I don't think anyone's really in a good position just because of how crashable things are. This is going to be one of those zones that is really determined down to, you know, the circle and how it shifts here. It's phase 7. We've got one more shift coming in before we go down to phase 9. And I mean, let's be real here. It's going to come down to the dot and come down to just so many teams on top of each other, scrapping for every little bit of safety.
Yeah, smoke warfare going to be in abundance, looking for those little micro missteps that teams and players in particular make. These are the locations and the fights that really set apart our fraggers from our not so hot to trot players with those weapons here. You know, macro can get you a certain point and they'll have got them into Pachinki, but in these close quarters gunfights, it really is those pixel peaks with the DMRs that remove helmets, the sprays coming out just tight in and around a building that can set a team up for success. With 300 4-player strong, Ad Astra 4-player strong, you have to favor those teams with the big trade potential and their way to make it forward in this game. The circle has shifted and it's 300, the only team not left in it. You can see they're now the ones having to make the smoke line, and it really does depend how many teams have an angle on this. We know Eternity do, and we know that Rahel has been looking for some of them previously. It depends, of course, how many more people are going to be looking for it. Lethal Association also trying to find some shots. 300, they could be looking for Ascend.
I think that might just be the play for them here, as they're going to be looking to try and move through. Vexel and Jumbi doing what they can to make a final stand. Jumbi moving up to the top, is going to be prepping a nade, or is he? He hears the vehicles coming out, but no one really making a push just yet. Nate does come through here from Vexel, but it's not really going to be able to connect as he tries to find the headshots. 300, they send it on in. Slap going to be able to take down Hectic, but Evil Pickle going to be lying in wait. Nade lands through on towards Later. Netherhall going down as well as he's flushed out. Jumbi with the final nade steals Hectic away, but also takes down Voxic. 300 going to be out. And sure, they made it into the top 5, but it is really not ideal for them right now because they need to be getting those wins. They need the big kills, and I'm not sure how many frags they managed to pick up this game, but next game they're going to need a lot if they want to make it into the top 4.
One thing is for certain, Chunks, game number 12 is going to be insane. We've got 2 teams remaining here that are looking to try and break into that top 4. We've got another team as well that have very much set themselves up, and one of those squads that are looking on the edge, they were on the precipice. They could very well be knocked out off of the back of those deaths right here. Evil Pickle as well for Tilt Town, still trying to salvage something from this game. The kills that he was able to pick up down there, single-handedly destroying 300 with that single nade. Look at where that star has gone. Going to be right over those bunkers just outside the building that Lethal Association currently hold. If you're looking at it from that perspective, Lethal Association are the closest, but Evil Pickle has himself a pretty decent spot, a decent run in here, as he's in a pretty decent spot. Lethal Association, they find the opening, shooter goes down. That res, looking to be possible, getting it up very quickly. You need to make these ones happen fast if you're looking trying to get the meds off as well.
Look at this, Evil Pickle, the solo player left up, going to be able to pick up yet another one. Flushes out on towards Jumbi. Now the final player left up, it's going to be Vexel, but the nades are landing in return. He throws down the smoke wall, but he's just drawn so much attention right now. He is going to be in big trouble no matter how things end up unfolding right now. Evil Pickle is really going to be that deciding factor on whether Vexel's going to be able to survive much longer or not, as he's just playing around the back. He's got himself the dips to work with. Vexel has start making a cross. Ad Astra going to be working in as well. Slapped and Sociopath still standing as best as possible, but it's really not ideal right now as Vexel and Evil Pickle looking like they could potentially take a bit of an engagement, but for the time being, Evil Pickle just laying low. Lethal Association, they burnt through all that util. They've only got smokes left to work with. Sociopath going to be looking to to try and find an angle. Does spot out one right here. Goes to the spray over on towards one, but it's not going to be able to find it. There's Evil Pickle and Vexel now looking like they could end up coming up against each other. Not going to be the case, though, as Sarta's almost saving the life here of one. Leaving now Vexel as the solo, trying his best to sneak through, goes to the spray on towards one, takes down Acro. Real going to be going down as well. 2 players left up here from Ad Astra, make it down to 1 as Sarta's still standing as the solo doing what he can up against Lethal Association. It's a 1 versus 1 versus 1 yet again, Rude. And now look at this, it's a 1v1. Vexel goes down, Barrel Spray comes out and slapped with a 10-kill chicken dinner, and Lethal Association, that might just be it to confirm them into the top 4, but with 1 game left to go, there is still everything to play for.
Chunks, that win could determine so much for so many teams. We'll have to wait for the leaderboard to come through and we can fully talk about what the ramifications of this game are, but that has just set us up for the game 12 of a lifetime right here. There are going to be so many teams fighting for what is probably going to be 1 or 2 positions, and honestly, there's no way to say it other than just GG well played to everybody who's trying to compete for those top 4 positions. Ad Astra, they had themselves that position from inside Pachinki for a long time. Unfortunately, not being able to clutch up the win could cost them. There's only one way to find out, though, and I honestly can't wait to see it come to fruition.
Yep, it's going to come down to game number 12. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Be sure to stick around for the final game of the evening and of the round for the ESL Masters NA Qualifiers.
We're ready for the first game. Wherever we go,
After day is coming in.
it's gonna bring chaos and havoc for sure.
Lead final har vi trolleat and there we just him at the off and continues.
Good God, have they prepared for this?
Oh my lord, that just might seal the great. We do have one guy down.
Job done.
Couple marking your great. You gotta get the kill. Fight the first guy, find the second.
Don't miss the stream starting April 10th. Follow ESL PUBG and social media for updates.
Welcome to the America's Roadmap for Competitive PUBG 2021. Here's just a taste of what you can expect this year. Americas Unite. Starting this year, teams from both Americas will be competing together in the PCS and other major PUBG events. Things kick off in April with our first ESL PUBG Masters Americas event. The NA and LATAM subregions will each have their own open qualifiers, which lead into a 24-team group stage in each region. Then it's on to the grand final, where the top 8 teams from North America and the top 8 teams from Latin America will battle it out to determine who is the best of the Americas and claim a piece of the $50,000 prize pool. After the first ESL PUBG Masters Americas event, we drop back into the action-packed PUBG Continental Series with PCS 4. As with the Masters Americas event, there are 2 open qualifiers, one for North America and one for Latin America, which lead into the 24-team group stages for each region. The top 6 teams from NA and LATAM move directly on to the PCS 4 Grand Final. The bottom 10 from each region are eliminated, and the 8 teams in the middle go to the last chance qualifier to frag it out for the 4 remaining spots in the Grand Final, and a chance to compete for the title and a piece of the $200,000 in prize money. After PCS 4, we'll have a second ESL PUBG Masters Americas event, followed up by PCS 5. This year, teams will be gunning for more than just prize money. Squads will also be fighting to earn PGC qualification points based on their placement in both ESL PUBG Masters Americas events and both PCS Grand Finals. And what do these points get them? Well, as long as the Blue Zone keeps slowly and steadily sanitizing the world, they'll get an opportunity to compete in person for the World Championship title in November's PUBG Global Championship. We'll also be debuting more of that fresh PUBG esports content in 2021 that you crave, so make sure you don't miss a minute of PUBG esports on YouTube. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable year of PUBG esports in the Americas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. 11 games in, 1 left to go. It's going to be a close one. My name is Chunks. I'm joined by the one and only Rude Dude, and it is our pleasure to bring you qualifiers for ESL Masters North America. It's a close one, Rude. Should we just hop straight into the leaderboard and see how things are looking?
I think we should here, Chunks. Obviously, we've got ourselves 4 positions that teams can go through from. Now, the top 4, 2 of which have been confirmed, right? There's no chance Spicy Fish nor Lethal Association managed to get their way taken out of this lobby right now. I'd even go as far as to extend that to 300. To be honest, the way that would have to play out, you need 2 of the 3 teams between Orion, Demon Rises, and Eternity to both have pop-off games for them to get taken out of that top 4 position. So unless that comes to fruition, it's very likely that 300 will make their way in. What we're going to have, though, is about a 5-way, 6-way potentially scrap between Ad Astra all the way down to Rise Esports. Any one of these 6 teams can still nail that final position and make their way through into round number 3, which starts on Tuesday. So, I mean, you have to keep your eyes on all 6 of these teams, but sometimes that's just physically impossible. We're going to do our best to try and give you the relevant action, but at the end of the day, with so many teams in the running, it's just going to be chaos from what hopefully should be start to finish.
The real question now is Ad Astra 300. If they go down, it's anyone's game. So it's going to be hard to keep track of. If you guys are watching in chat, I would recommend pulling up that leaderboard on another monitor because it's going to be a close one. Unfortunately, all my monitors are kind of full up right now, so I can't. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. Game number 12. It's finally time. Rude, take us in.
We've got ourselves the final plane here for round number 2, and let's have a look at what we've got. Going to be a fairly southern one overall, starting at Lipovka, ending south of Primorsk. Now this, I mean, this is a plane and a half. A lot of teams going to be a little bit hard done by trying to get to their drop spot locations as far as it goes. You know, Gatka probably not on the cards. Pachinki about as far north as some more western teams are going to be going. You can maybe make a stretch for Yasnaya, but we can already see only a couple of teams heading out there going early. Potentially could have a squad going up toward Kameshki, but oh, this is the opening to a game number 12 that we love to see. There's a very real possibility that teams are scrapping for vehicles, scrapping for loot spots, just because so much has been taken off the table already.
This feels like it's one of the worst playing paths, I feel like, just because of how little there really is to actually, like, work with out of it, you know? The chances of teams dropping, as you said, 4 vehicles or 4 just a little scrap compound, they're not going to be ideal. And, I mean, just take a look over at this. The probably not the strongest city. It's gonna be ETR and Good God both landing in towards Lipovka, and yeah, this is not the fight that either of these teams wanted to be taken in the early game.
Nope, you're quite right here. Fortunately, I guess this is going to be one of the teams that are looking to try and broach that top 4. Eternity need about as many points as they can get here. Coming into the game in 7th, they're going to be the ones that need to open up and look for some points very early on, as you see First Blood goes over to Flashier there, but Good God, with Beast Jones taking a headshot. Steel finds him and now just prone down. He is going to get knocked. Steel finds the first one. Soup there to flush it. That's 1 on the board. Eternity starting off strong. Now the question becomes, can they finish off the job? Can they take down Good God? Or is this going to be a little bit of a revenge mission here for Good God? And they're going to end the hopes and dreams here of Eternity.
I want to put it nicely right now, but I feel like there's no nice way to put it. I think Eternity, they're going to be pretty good here. Good God... As strong of a roster as this is, you know, there's a lot of OG names here. There are players that have been around for a while. It just feels like they haven't had the best event. And you know what? They're kind of showing that right now. Define Legit, that big name we were talking about coming into this, is going to be able to get the knock on towards Junbi. He's going to try and go for the flush. So, I mean, he's back down to a 3 versus 3 for the time being, but Define Legit only got himself an Uzi to work with from this kind of range. Is not ideal. Vexel up top might be able to find something with the AK, but honestly, I feel like this is going to be the end of the road for one of these teams, which is definitely going to be the case. And if we take the leaderboard as an example, I think Eternity are going to have the upper hand right here.
They definitely imagine that you would definitely imagine that they've got themselves the upper hand just in terms of the raw kills that they've got relative to one another, speaking to the fragging power of these teams. But Eternity are going to be saddened that they've already lost one member in such a high pressure game right here, playing it out at the minute as best, at best as 3 people. Never the situation that you want to be in, and with Junbi down as well, they're going to be disappointed in that respect. They've still got to mop up another 3 members as well, and you can see how cautious, how tentative they're trying to play this. They're taking very fine, very thin peaks, looking to try and catch out just a glimpse of somebody's head, try and rip that helmet off in a couple of bullets, and make sure that your fight looks in your direction right now, as Vexel and Steel both looking to try and make something happen, but you can already tell that it's not going to be easy.
You know what? I feel like I might have cast a cursed Eternity right here, because Vexel going to be going down. Steel taken down low as well. Soup going to do what he can to try and make final stand. As the headshot lands, he takes down Define Legit. He realizes every kill point counts right here, so he goes for the flush. Cray Show from range, trying to land something with the SLR, but honestly, as Steel's flushed out, it's all down to Vexel and Soup to make final stand. The nade going to be coming out here from Duality. It's only a flashbang, but it's going to be enough to kind of slow them down. Soup, by the way, and Vexel going to continue to move through. Vexel, he's got himself a shotgun, and let me tell you, I've seen Vexel make some huge shotgun plays in the past. Shout out to LPL Phase 1, because that man is just an absolute nut. I like your cut, G. They're going to be going down in balance. Going to be losing, going to be picking up a couple kills, but they lose a couple as well. Soup goes for the spray. There it is. Takes down 1, followed by a second. Good God. Going down in 15th, and there it is. Eternity, they're cleaning up. But with 2 players left up, is it going to be enough? And just take a look over at this.
Oh my, Voxic here could be the one to ruin their day right here. Takes down Soup. Gonna be able to recognize potentially that res is gonna come through very swiftly. The rest of 300 swarming like flies here. They're gonna come on in, probably just crash this building right now. If they've been keeping track of kill feed, they're gonna know this is just 2 members remaining. They do exactly that. They're swarming onto the building. Vexel yet to even pop a first aid. Soup in the top of the building, looking to try and get one off as well. Now, this is, if they die here for Eternity, it's the end of the road. They won't have accrued enough points with these 4 kills, despite their best efforts, though. Peeking in through the window, do look for a couple of connections, unable to find the tags just yet. With the reposition now documented, you can imagine Vexel and Soup soon to be absolutely charged down. They do have themselves some very good close-range weapons, and being the OGs that we've sort of recognized here as well, on this Eternity squad, they can very easily try and make a bit of a stand right now, but 300, they've been dominant so far today. They've kept themselves in that top 4, and now they're looking to try and take down Eternity.
Vexel, beautiful knock over on towards Neff right there. He's trying his best to turn the tides, but now down to just 5 HP. It's going to be rough. The nade's going to be landing through from Voxic. It's perfectly timed. Down goes Soup, by the way. Vexel, he's still standing. He's in a 1 versus 3, but it's not going to be enough. Eternity down, and that's going to be it for them. They cannot make it to the next round of ESL PUBG Masters NA. It's going to be 300 with 2 kills now. That's the kind of game that they needed, but Rude, take a look over at this circle. These teams have quite a way to go right now.
They have got to make their way once again all the way down to the military island here. Sosnovka going to be the place to be this time round, and Lethal Association. This is going to be that sociopath looking for a little bit of a swim here. Gets himself some level 3 gear and an AUG if he wants to take that one for himself. Has gone on an absolute journey to pick this one up, and honestly he's going to have to make it even more of a journey to try and get himself back up the terrain. To try and get up on those rocks is fairly easy, fairly doable. We should be able to get away with it. We do see here on the east there is a little bit of a bridge camp occurring. This is True Sight up against Epic Flank, 2 of our teams that unfortunately all but out of the running coming into this final game, so it is merely playing for pride. Something as well that we did see was a quick little fight in and around Pochinki. We did actually see Imbalance win out on that one, and I like your cut G. Unfortunately didn't really manage to make anything of it. They did take down a couple of members of Imbalance, but again, they were just dropping there for the fun of it. They got themselves a little hot drop. They knew their run was over coming into this last game, and they obviously removing the kill points from teams that want them could actually have a bit of a knock-on effect here. You know, teams like Demon Rises, Orion, and Tiltown that are all still very much in the running would have liked to see those kill points picked up in their pocket. Having them sort of thrown away in a bit of a hot drop for fun could actually cost them a little other bit in a big-time way.
So I've got to ask now, look, Spicy Fish over on the western side, bridge camp or not? I feel at this point they're just playing for fun. It wouldn't surprise me to see it get pulled out here.
Look at them spread across the map right now. Keenan is about we'll say 600, 800 meters away from the rest of his team. I'm surprised that there's not a bigger split between the rest of the team. They are purely hunting right now for players. Remember, they loot in and around Farm and Milter. They'd made their way all the way pretty much over toward that Pachinki Hill and have now come all the way back. They are trying to do their best they can at picking up pretty much everything in terms of kills. 300 though. Have they not heard this, Bo? I'm not sure if this is a peace treaty between players, but there we go. The shots finally get opened up. This is going to be the Royal Navy fighting it out against one another. And 300 are the ones that are winning this one here. Latta able to find one. The second not yet to come through as Latta has been headshot. Has to take himself a little bit of time to find the bandage here. And up against Kingdom here, this is going to be a very big fight because looking to try and find anything that they can. The barrel spray comes on through. That's another one almost going down right there. Latta, though, in fact, actually goes down, and CodeMiko takes one of his own with them. 300, they found 3 kills so far. CodeMiko are down to, and Kingdom down to just 2. It's going to be him and Esteban who are medding up in the blue at the edge of this boat.
Later, he did some huge damage, but he's going to be getting eliminated. Now, however, Kingdom, with only 2 players left up and 1 point out of it. That's unfortunate there for both teams. I'm almost shocked that 300 weren't aware of that squad right behind them. But hey, that's just how the cookie crumbles. As now, Ad Astra and True Sight, I should say, both set up on the beach in pretty rough positions. Berry going to be getting caught with a flash here. Austin do what he can round the side angle, trying to shoot underneath the boat, but it doesn't quite work out. Maybe Gizmac can make something happen from the tree, but it's not looking ideal. Berry opens up with the mini M, and he's going to be able to take down Real as well. Gizmac now needs to open up, but the smoke still providing some cover. Arson off to the side, no utility to work with for the time being, so no nades going to be coming through on towards Ad Astra. Just sprays coming out, but they need to be careful not to burn through too much ammo right now, because they're still going to have a big game ahead of them as the circle pops. It's going to center up pretty standard over on Millie Island. They don't need to worry too much for the time being. Arson, he lands one underneath of the boat through the smoke. Takes down Shooter. Berry now from the side angle takes down another. Arson gonna start moving in. It's all down to Sartis as he tries to get the reds over on towards Shooter, but look at this spray coming through from Gizmac now.
Now they've got 2 members left, and Astra looking to fight with their lives right here. Shooter goes down again. Sartis gonna fall. That's Ad Astra. That's our 4th place team going down. They had 1 single kill point there, Chunks. They set the bar. They have died at 76 points. That's where teams need to get to. Orion, Demon Rises, Tilt Town. You're seeing this in the kill feed. You're looking at this. You're thinking. You're licking your lips. Right. That's the marker. This is where we need to get to. Let's try and find ourselves a position. Let's win this game.
Yep, it's a rough day for Ad Astra because it was just so close on that cutoff. As now Spicy Fish, they're looking to try and punish over on towards Epic Flank. We spoke about it earlier. These guys are just playing for fun at this point. They are doing everything they can to try and hold out these teams. Noel going to be absolutely tagged up. Demon Rise is going to be losing one as well as they're further over to the west. Noel and Badger both still surviving. Badger going to be looking to try and stick the res. Spicy Fish rotating with the vehicles. No Nade's going to be working out just yet. Looking to group up with the rest of the squad. Demon Rise is just backing out of here as soon as possible. Trying to get out. Imbalance quickly going to be going down as well as Tilt Town clean up that one. Rude, we're in phase 2 and there's only 11 teams remaining. What is going on this game? Is it, I mean, game 6, I guess, but come on, guys.
There's a lot of teams that don't have much to play for at the bottom, and there's a team at the top that really don't have anything to play for, and they're showing that right now, just sending it through the middle of military base, looking for drive-bys on Will. They're going to be looking to try and maybe finish off Demon Rises, it looks like, who they've sort of unconsciously selected as their prey. Looks like one of them's going to get knocked and immediately flushed that shop that should go down, but it is at the expense of My Terror and 73 Gods right here. Chris, the last remaining member for Spicy Fish, you have to, or rather for Demon Rises, and you have to imagine that Spicy Fish are going to be the ones to try and push on in, wipe him out about as fast as they can.
Tilt Town. 2 players left up. It's a story as old as time at this point. They get put into these such awkward positions, and now taking the ferry across to try and get some safety. Boomer's going to be looking to try and get an angle, and look at this. D-Stem, he's aware of it. He's posted up over on the ferry pier right now. He might just be able to land something, but it's going to be a rough one as the angles are up. Surely not. Surely not.
No.
D-stem. D-stem.
Don't do it.
Oh, it's just a little bit short, but oh my gosh, that was close. Just a little bit further, a little bit faster. Andre would have been done. That was nearly the play of the century. I'm just saying, if there's any comp players watching right now, if you are ever in a game and that opportunity presents itself, please go for it, because I want to see that clip work out.
You need to be running and jumping to get that nade to connect. I think that's what we've just realized there. So a little bit of a bigger arm on him, and he would have been able to get away with it. But Tilt Town, they make their way through. They get 3 people on their feet. And with a couple of kill points in their back pocket, they can still make a run for this top 4 spot right here. Plenty of teams still in and around that area. With Demon rises down to just 1, it's going to be pretty difficult for them. But with Chris in a very good position right now, the circle centering pretty much on the military island itself, you have to imagine that they're going to be able to at least secure some sort of placement point, but they need to get a lot of them if they're going to try and get into that position that Astra currently are holding.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? At Astra, they're on the very edge. They're on the cusp. It's going to be everything. It's not ideal right here. I believe actually the ones that qualify, it's the top 4 and then whichever top 5th place team there is. So out of the 2 lobbies, whichever team does better in 5th place, I believe they also qualify. So just to clarify there, just because a team is in 5th place, it doesn't mean they're out of it yet. It all will depend on that other lobby. As Tilt Down now going to be spotting out Kingdom, going for the SLR shot as best as possible. Boppoli not going to be able to land any, unfortunately. Tilt Town now have to move in down to the south. But look who it is posted up down towards there that might just be ready for a team to make that ferry pier cross.
300 sat in position, waiting potentially for a team to come in to collapse in on that area. If they're able to hear out that ferry coming on in, they might anticipate somebody being on there. They could have a bit of trouble too soon, though. Orion, they're coming in right now. This is another team trying to push into that top 4. If 300 take them down right here, Adastra could very well just be saved. They're sat with bated breath as Orion, they get opened up on Voxic, finds Skaz. Down to now 1 few member. Neff takes down another. This is going to be a big opening right now. Doobie goes down as well. Down to just, I believe, 1 or 2 in and around that compound. It's Tadine and Dirty Zen that have just had to disengage. They've lost 2 members off of nothing. And now the game just becomes twice as hard.
There's 30 players alive and it's phase 3. Is this game 6 scrims? What is going on right now? This is just not okay, but I mean, it's going to be looking good for a lot of these teams, especially the ones up at the top half, that, you know, they are going to be able to kind of hold on to things for the time being. They don't, you know, have to worry about so many teams getting into those placement points as, oh, Dirty Zin.
Oh, he's disconnected.
Oh, that's not the way Orion wanted things to go. Orion, another team on the cusp now with 0 points, and Tadine as the final player left up. That's a bit of a yikes right here, especially being killed by 300, the team that is realistically gatekeeping you.
Yeah, I honestly,
oh, here it
gonna
is.
Be okay. That's a massive knock, actually, from Keenan at such a range, trying to get something out of it. Head kick, actually. These guys are incredibly close. I didn't realize that they'd pushed all the way down. You know, finally that vengeance has come out in force. I mean, they're not going to actually be able to keep 300 from qualifying at this stage. But, you know, nothing wrong with flexing out a little bit, taking them down as and where you can. Spicy Fish now going to move their way back into the remaining portion of military. Going to make, maybe, just maybe, try and take down another couple of squads on their way in, as well as that circle showing that all these teams on the south that are battling outside of Military Island, they're going to be in a very bad spot.
Yep, shifted over to the east now, as, I mean, this is not ideal for any of these squads, really. Tadine doing what he can to try and lay low. Head kick's gone down. Neff also getting tagged up as Lethal Association tried to take down 300. Vox, I think he realized it was Spicy Fish. I like the fact that Spicy Fish is just chasing down 300 now for everything it's worth. Vox still standing, gonna try and get the revive on towards his teammate as Boppoli from Tilt Town gonna be going down. We knew that Tilt Town were gonna be in trouble making this push down to the south, but I don't think they realized quite how much trouble with Spicy Fish gonna be the ones to hold them out. But look at this, Andresto lands the headshot over on towards Roth. Can he maybe grab one more in the form of Keenan? Not looking like it, down to 7 HP. No time to pop the heals. Bye-bye, Andresto. Tilt Town out in 9th, but 300 out in 10th. We're into our placement points. That should be enough for 300 to be able to qualify, but now that 4th place spot, it's still up for grabs, Rude.
300, they're absolutely fine. Adastra still, like we say, holding the line on 4th. Demon Rises and Orion are two teams that are most likely to try and challenge them, short of an absolutely miracle run out of one of these squads coming in from the north. Mixed, or rather, Boomers and True Sight potentially can maybe make their way in here if they get an absolute banger game with a ton of kills and the victory. The issue is there's not many people to kill left. There's 21 people alive already. You need to have got some kills early on. True Sight, they've done that. Very Vibes has got three people in his back pocket. A Gizmac now finds one for himself. D-Stem gets knocked, should be flushed out here in just a second. Now looking for the response. That's the DP coming on through. Snorlax taking down Berry. The response is huge. And now with the Mini 14 on Gizmac opens up. Headshot comes through, but the knock doesn't quite manage to connect. Now up against it here in a 1 versus 3 for the time being. Arson is coming in to support. There's a very real possibility here that True Sight can pick themselves up another couple of kills and make their way into the circle.
I just kind of appreciate for the moment here that Berry went out with 3 kills in that final game. You know, I was told today, coming into today, he was super under the weather, but I gotta say, shout out to Berry for being able to play so well, because he's absolutely performed, and sure, True Sight, they might just be a little bit out of being able to qualify. These guys have played out of their mind, and they're definitely a team that I believe, personally, has huge potential for, you know, later stage tournaments. Sure, they're still a... Oh no, Arson, he's been spotted out. Oh, Snorlax is ready for this, but he's only got the M24. It's not going to happen just yet. The nade, I don't think this is going to be close enough right here, but it might just be the bounce going to come out. Arson! Oh, Snorlax, I shouldn't have doubted you. The bounce comes out perfectly. Down go True Sight as Gizmac eliminated as well. 1 placement point out in 7th. And I think the hopes of True Sight might just be over for qualifying for the next round.
True Sight, they're not going to be able to make it. Unfortunately, Orion went down as well, and I think, Chunks, that our top 4 may already be sealed. We'll have to wait and see to get that one fully confirmed here. But looking in, there's still a chance here, potentially. There's a couple squads still lurking around that could maybe make a bit of a name for themselves in this final game. Rise Esports just having to work their way in out of ATC. Probably going to have a pretty difficult time of it, but could still try and make it happen if they pull up to the fight the exact right time, so able to clutch up when it matters the most. 16 people alive here in a game number 12. I mean, this sort of shows, and it doesn't really resonate with the impact and the magnitude of this game, right? I was expecting this one to, for a fair few teams, mean quite a lot. Unfortunately, they've all just sort of fallen by the wayside, and it's been Lethal Association and Spicy Fish just walking around picking up kills where they see fit. Lethal Association have got currently Slapped just hanging off on the northern side trying to 1v3 Boomers while the rest of his team occupy center circle, right? This is clearly not what you would be doing if you were looking to try and like just run out and win a game together. You know, they're farming the kill points as best as they can. Slaps does find Snorlax there with the AUG. The rest of the team, though, much further to the south, and he seems a bit aware of that. Going to be looking toward it, trying to find something out right there, and could very well finish off the rest of the Boomers as well.
I just can't get over the fact that Spicy Fish are doing this right now. They just do not care. They are having so much fun this game, and you love to see it because, you know, it's one thing playing like this in pubs, but it's a complete other thing playing against, like, really good players and having the same result. Keenan now, he swaps out to the mini. Whiffs a couple shots, but, I mean, you know what? He's not going to care too much. On Civil now, in some solo squads, I don't think that's really going to slow him down too much. Looking to find Socio. The headshot comes out at the last possible second. Down goes Sociopath. Sneaky Ninja still alive up to the north, however, for Lethal Association. As now Boomer's going to be moving down on towards it. Slapped all the way over on the west. Civ's still going to be standing strong, coming alive. Slapped popping off now. Does pick up 1 kill, but it's Esteban that finds it in the trade. Never mind. It's actually Nahax from up the hill with the VSS. He knows where Esteban's going to be now as he tries to get the flush on towards Code Miko. It's Wicked Shots that cleans it up. The nade, it would have been good enough, but there it is. Wicked Shots cleans it up. Kingdom Esports down in 6th, but take a look at this over on the southern side, Rude, as things are about to pop off. On Civil cleans up Lethal Association, but Rise now with 3 players left up. They pick up their first kill over on towards Epic Flank. Jack's gonna be going down right now as Molly's gonna be coming out from Chiller just to try and clear out this compound.
Chunks, if Rise win this fight and Rise win the game, they take themselves that spot. They're going to need to do everything, though. They need all of these kills. They need all of these points to go into their pocket. Currently, they don't have enough. They don't have anywhere near the capacity to overlap just yet. And that nade could very well seal the deal on another couple of players right there. Chaudhry does get rezzed up. Now back to a 3 members strong fight. Looks like one of them's going to bleed out, and Wazupi finds Dr. Claw pushing in on the south right here. Just Badger remaining. But you can see, look at this, pushing in through with the Molotov, the utility coming on out. Epic flank going in full aggression. Rise need to be careful, though, if they go too far afield. Look who's already made their way into this situation. Uncivil, just lurking outside. He's using utility now as well. They're going to be more than aware of his positioning. He's been able to pick up another AUG, full set of level 3 gear on a crate that landed right on top of him. And now he's got himself that little bit of time with the circle closing in about 30 seconds here. He's going to be the one looking to try and gatekeep with boomers as well. They're sitting strong on the north side with one member inside those silos, another one on the hillside, looking to try and hold anchor.
Final 4 teams, and we're only 23 minutes in. There's still a lot of time left on the clock that teams can use to close things up. Wicked Shots and Nahaks rocking pretty big split right here, but honestly, Badger going to be looking strong inside this position. Rise going to start their move out of here very quickly, because they want to try and get as deep into that zone as possible. Boomers 2 up, Epic flank with only 1. Let's see if maybe Nahaks can make something happen with this VSS here.
Well, I mean, if he's shooting at people, they're not going to know where he's shooting from. That's a fact when he's so far away. You know, currently, the VSS visible, or rather audible, from about 100 and 150 meters. You know, in between that range, it starts to peter out. Currently, you know, there's nobody anywhere within that ranges. Uncivil, he's having a little dance party to himself. You know, why not? You know, you've vastly topped this lobby, and, you know, get a little bit of celebration going. Why not?
Yeah, have some fun with it, you know? I mean, he's just straight vibing at this point. I literally got a DM from Uncivil, like, before the game started this evening, just saying, hey, we're going to be busting out some dance move tonight, and you know what? I'm happy that he kept his promises. I mean, he's trying to focus up a little, but honestly, at this point, he's just straight vibing.
Yeah, and you know, it's a game like this that I really do feel a little bit for Rise Esports, to be honest, because they're trying to actually make it in, and if they manage to come up trumps, they can do it. They need 3 of the remaining 4 players in terms of kills, and then also they might even need the 4th, depending on how the kill points line up. But, you know, if they're not able to get it, if Uncivil is able to just absolutely dominate, like he is right here, might not be enough, and Rise Esports, their chances crumbling ever so slowly as these kills are getting picked up by other players.
Yep, Nahaks now has the northern side under his control, so credit to him there, but honestly, this is going to be so rough for him to make anything happen out of. Oh, that is BM coming out from Uncivil. I hate to say it. Look, he manages to pick up the kill, instantly starts dancing again.
Hate to see it, hate to do it to him, but you know, when you've got the confidence, when you're vibing, when you're feeling yourself, ain't no reason not to here. We've still got, obviously, a fair bit of time right now as these circles starting to close their way in. The circle continues to keep Uncivil in, and his little shed still alive. Rise Esports still very much in a safe space as well, and the Hacks, the only remaining boomer left remaining. He can definitely make something happen here, but his VSS ammo starting to dwindle very quickly, and obviously 9mm not readily available off of bodies that have already been killed. So he's going to have a little bit of a difficult time trying to find himself the recuperation of that ammunition. Does swap out to that Scar-L. Also has a 4 times on the back of that one, so should be able to find a couple of kills. Right now, though, story, Rise Esports, they need every single kill remaining, and then there's a chance that they maybe make it into that top 4.
Got a feel for Badger right now. He heard Uncivil, you know, busting out the dance move. He heard him taking the shots, and now with the zone moving in, he has to, you know, knowing that it's Uncivil from that kill feed awareness, he has to make a push in. And Civ is just having fun right now. He realizes, look, we've won this round. We are going through no matter what. So let's just have some fun with it. So huge respect for him there for at least, you know, having some fun, playing about with it. But honestly, this is This has got a sting right now for the teams that are kind of on the cusp. And you see Epic flying Badger doing what he can to try and make a final stand. But yeah, he knows Civ is in or around here somewhere. And you do not want to be coming up against a player like that in an aim battle. But he is going to be able to spot out Chaudru with the Mini 14. Dragging a lot of his attention. Chaudru not going to be able to spot him in return, though. So going to be able to move up for the time being, potentially, is actually Rise. They just have such a strong position inside zone, honestly. They are just looking to try and find any of these solos.
They've got really strong control here, and I think that with the way that the game is playing out, they're probably trying to piece together quite how many teams actually remain here. If they knew it was 3 solos, there's an opportunity for them to go a little bit on a hunt right now to maybe try and pick one of them up. They may look to try and find the Boomers as they're moving in on the north side, and obviously Badger still has to make his way a little bit further forward. He's got one more silo remaining inside the circle before he will unfortunately have to hop on out and get himself a new place to call home. They're looking here for Nahaks. They need to pick up this kill, and they do end up getting it. Wazupi managing to come up trumps right now. 2 kills remaining. Rise needed the 2 of them, and they need the win. We're acting like they can get the win easily, and that's not going to be the hard part. They've got to take down Uncivil, right? Sort of raid boss here from Salty Fish. Spicy Fish, rather. See if they're able to get that one and pick that one up. Pretty much, Circle phases over toward Uncivil. He's still got this fence to be playing with. Still got that area, much to work with. Could very well try and clutch up this one.
Yeah, Civ going to try and get the high ground. Badger not going to be looking in the right direction, though, as fire will rain through. Badger, it appears he might have spotted one out, and Civil, he might just think he's in a 1 versus 4 right now, as Badger holding this angle so tight. It's going to be a pretty rough one here. There's the potential now that Uncivil could do some damage on towards Rise, and that's going to be the case right now as he opens up the shots on towards it. I mean...
Ooh, level 3 helm.
Yeah, you gotta be nervous right now if you're up against Uncivil and you know this is gonna be a solo player. It is far from ideal.
They're looking to take some deeper angles though. Wazupi has moved further out. Chaudru finds it. The nade comes through, and Rise's chances still, they hang in the balance right now. They have to pick up Badger here, so really the 1v3 very much a possibility. It's simply deny or not to deny.
Yep, Rise, 3 versus 1. Let's see if Badger can make it happen. Wazupi opens up with the SLR. He's able to do some damage, but the zone is ticking in. All of these players going to be getting absolutely tagged up. Badger's taken down low. It's Wazupi that connects with the win. Rise Esports in the final game, a 6-kill chicken dinner. And I haven't seen the leaderboards, but Rude, what are we thinking? Will this maybe be enough to close the gap here?
Chunks, I don't want to spoil it. You couldn't write this. I want to wait for the leaderboard to confirm it because I don't want to jinx either of the teams. Ad Astra, they posted up 16 points. Oh, they posted up rather a single point from that game. They were sat waiting with bated breath for the entirety of it and seeing every team fall around them that they needed to see fall. Orion, Demon Rises, Eternity, Tilt Town all went down outside of the points. They then sat waiting, watching as the 9th place team before game number 12 starts to find some kills and find themselves a pretty much free game handed to them there. And honestly, we have to wait and see for that leaderboard to update, but it is going to be mighty close at the top.
Definitely going to be the case. I mean, Spicy Fish, we can't sing their praise enough, but honestly, you expect that from a squad like this. Look, this is a global tier squad. There is no question here that these guys deserve to be in the lobby. They are one of the best sets of players, at least, in the world at the moment. So being able to work through the open qualifiers, not an achievement for them. Being able to do it with this much style, though, definitely, take some notes.
Exactly right. If you're looking to maybe learn something, maybe don't look at the most recent games. Maybe go back to yesterday where they sort of established their lead and sort of see what they were doing. They got themselves some very good games out yesterday as well, and today they were a little bit more relaxed. Unfortunately, Chunks, you didn't come out on top in terms of the 200 points bet, and I think
I wasn't expecting them to start playing like it was public matches. I wasn't expecting the drive-by. Any other time, I think they easy do it.
Oh, so okay, so yeah, if they're playing top form every single game, then for sure, they can easily get 200 points in this lobby out of 12 games. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna take the moral victory between the two of us for that one. You got to give me that at the very least here, as the resident EU folk, as you're the big NA caster. I'll take that little victory where I can get it.
You know what? I mean, I just kind of wish that these guys had maybe, you know, tried their hardest to a certain extent, but at the same time, it was so fun getting to watch tonight. Now, Rude, we're still waiting on the leaderboards right now. I am sat here refreshing them as much as possible. I'm sure you're doing exactly the same. We are waiting to get a word on this, but I mean, you know what? Before we get the leaderboards, any standout plays tonight, anything that you really want to, like, give a team that maybe, you know, hasn't had all the spotlight on them, hasn't been at the top constantly, any teams you want to give kind of a shout out to, any teams that you want to kind of say maybe we should look out for these guys in the future?
So I'm going to give it to Ad Astra right now. These are the team, right? Coming into game number 5, they were at the bottom of the leaderboard. Coming into game number 11, they were 4th. So coming into game number 12, rather, they were 4th. They held that 4th place position. And I'd highlighted them at the very beginning of yesterday to say that they were the team that made it through as the 11th place, like one of those best 11th places out of the first round of stages, you know, the first round groups. The fact that they've managed to challenge teams in this top end, like the fact that they've even made it this close to the top 4 is an absolute achievement for them in their own right. They came in as the very bottom seed of this group, and they've showed everybody up, and they've proved everybody wrong with their positioning and how well they've been able to achieve.
Rude, don't look at the leaderboards. This is painful.
I told you, Chunks, you couldn't write it.
You couldn't write it because for that 4th place position, Rise Esports have made it in. Just take a look over at the points. Ad Astra tied on points, 76 apiece, but 39 points. The tiebreaker, it goes to Rise Esports. The teams qualifying: Spicy Fish, Lethal Association, 300, and Rise Esports will be confirmed as going through to the next round of ESL Masters NA. But let's not forget here, Rude, there's still that one wild card spot. The best performing 5th place team out of the 2 lobbies will also be getting themselves a position. So it's not over for Ad Astra. I will try and get the leaderboards for the other lobby as soon as they are available. But you couldn't write it, Rude. You said it yourself. That was just so close.
I was doing the math in my head while we were waiting. That game was fairly timid toward the end, and I knew exactly how that leaderboard was going to be shaping up, and it was painful to watch Ad Astra go down at that position, and then, you know, every team falling around them. I could feel their hopes just sort of building and building and building, and then, you know, quietly out of nowhere, this 2-kill team coming out of the south side of Military Island, they could have won this here, and then they get more kills. They wipe out one team, they wipe out another team. They pick up every single solo on the edge of the circle. That nade onto Civ, really creating the game wide open for them. They take down Badger in the end. They don't know that they won't have known that they needed every kill, but the fact that they picked them up nets them that confirmed spot, and they are going to be going forward to round number 3.
So I've taken a look over at the other lobby's leaderboard. Deathshot Gaming with the 5th place team in that lobby with 93 total points, which means, unfortunately, at Astra, they're not going to be moving through. 4 teams, though, that will be doing: Spicy Fish, Lethal Association, 300, PUBG, and Rise Esports. And I think it's important to say, so deserved for all of these squads. And you know what? It just shows it was so hard fought. Everyone, no matter where they were on the leaderboard, they all had at least one good game, and that's something that I think teams should take away from. Take a look at the VODs, go back, watch them all back, take notes, improve, because we still have another ESL Masters yet to come this year. Yep. We have 2 PCS events. There are so many opportunities to compete, and you know what? It's still anyone's opportunity to end up going to PGC at the end of the year. It is still up in the air. So, I mean, all I can say is if you got knocked out in this round, just come back, give it another go next time, take some notes. If you got knocked out last round, same goes. Get knocked out next round, same goes. Just keep practicing, improving, taking notes, because there are so many opportunities to compete this year.
Exactly, right? Come back, improve, and show what you're worth in the future events. There are so many opportunities that this one small setback doesn't define your team as a whole year here. Plenty of opportunities and plenty of chances to still make it there. They need to come back stronger and come back fighting harder.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I just want to say before we go, thank you to every team that took part. thank you to ESL and PUBG Corp for having us. It was super awesome getting to cast. We're going to be back in round number 3, so be sure to stick around, hit the follow button. You guys are interested for that. And thank you, most importantly, to the players for taking part, for giving us such awesome games. You know, this lobby was so stacked. There were so many good teams. So if you didn't have the performance we were looking for, take notes. You still did well. It was such a rough lobby. There's going to be a lot of teams eliminated when only 4 progress. But that's it from me. My name is Chunks. His name is Rude Dude. It was a pleasure casting for you. See you just a couple of days for round number 3.